Hey, so I'm outside today. I hope that the audio is fine. I think it should be fine. There's just some wind in the trees, and I think other than that, this mic should clean out the other stuff, unless I'm completely wrong, in which case this stream will be a disaster. If you tune in and you can't hear what the fuck I'm saying, let me know, and I will take this inside. Okay. So, some of you know, I've been reading randomly. So today, I'm trying to finish this book. It's 33 chapters, and I'm on chapter 28. See if we can get through 28 and 29 today. 573 out of 630 pages, so we're pretty close. 573. Also, hey guys, what's up? It's been a while. One sec, sorry. Oh, 537. Hello. Okay. Okay. Chapter 8. How lesbians and gays stopped being sex criminals. Looking for the perfect case. Frank Kemney, still one of the movement's brainiest strategists in the early 1970s, knew that until the Supreme Court repealed all sodomy laws, the Department of Defense would keep using them as an excuse to refuse gays and lesbians security clearances. Judges would keep denying the gays and lesbians custody of their children and the right to adopt. Public and private employers and landlords, too, would keep treating lesbians and gays shabbily. Though people were seldom thrown in jail for sodomy, after the mid-century, the laws that remained on the books made any homosexual ipso facto a presumptive criminal. Let me know if the audio is okay. If you guys can't hear me, if you need it louder or whatever. By 1972, a handful of states had joined Illinois, which repealed its sodomy law a decade earlier in a general overhaul of the criminal code. Hoping to hurry the day when the Supreme Court might hear a test case and abolish all of the remaining laws by a single decree, Kemney, in his usual spirited style, sent letters to the top 3 law enforcement officials in D.C. He invited them to engage in sodomy with him, and he demanded they arrest him for his invitation. If you do not arrest me, that would be setting a precedent, he wrote, since if I could with impunity solicit you, then anyone could solicit anyone. 2 of the officials never answered. The D.C. chief of police responded with a note saying, "Sorry, I can't accept your invitation because my wife would never stand for it." Dallas, February 4th, 1969. A stocky, dark-haired Texan, Alvin Buchanan, was letting himself be filleted by another man in an open toilet stall in the men's room of the Reverton Park. 2 vice squad officers burst in. They'd been spying from a hidden perch and arrested them. Buchanan contacted a 26-year-old gay lawyer, Henry McCluskey, who promised he'd help him make a federal case out of it all the way to the Supreme Court. They'd challenge Article 524 of the Texas Penal Code, which criminalized all sexual acts except heterosexual intercourse. McCluskey filed suit for Buchanan v. State on May 26, 1969, but he decided that a case involving restroom sex might be hard to sell at the Supreme Court, so he expanded the complainants to Greg and Janet Gibson, a married couple, and Travis Strickland, another gay man. Strickland declared that he engaged in sodomy, but only in the privacy of his own home. The district attorney who represented Dallas County in the federal district court was Henry Wade, enemy of all that wasn't straight and narrow. The same man, cigar-chewing, and with a low and heavy Texas drawl, who a few years later would become enshrined in history as the Wade v. of Roe v. Wade. Wade's opinion of Travis Strickland was that he was as much of a criminal for engaging in sodomy in the privacy of his own home as Alvin Buchanan was for doing it in an open stall of a public toilet. But, the DA declared, Mr. and Mrs. Gibson had nothing to fear from the law. True, Article 524 stipulated that anyone who copulated into anything other than sexual parts was, quote, guilty of sodomy, but heterosexuals were never arrested. Nevertheless, the federal district court's 3-judge panel declared that the law was overboard. In 1971, the Texas sodomy law was repealed. The repeal did Alvin Buchanan no good. Judge Ed Gossett of the Criminal District Court in Dallas had sentenced him by now to 2 simultaneous terms of 5 years in prison. Out on bail for the park incident, he'd gotten himself arrested again for the same reason in a Sears Roebuck restroom. Judge Gossett announced he had no intention of letting Buchanan off just because Article 524 was defunct. Quote, liberal decisions in the federal court are aiding and abetting the crime wave from which we suffer, end quote, the judge snarled. Quote, this court is not going to release a confessed and convicted homosexual until and unless compelled to do so, end quote. Members of the Texas state legislature, too, thought that homosexuals needed to be controlled. In 1973, they replaced the old sodomy law with Section 21.06. This one targeted gays and lesbians only, whether they were caught having sex in public or in private, whether orally or anally, whether with mouth, penis, or a dildo. It's pretty hilarious. Like, they had a law in the books which technically applied to everyone, and then they got, even though heterosexuals are never prosecuted, then they got rid of that and replaced it with a law specifically for the gays. Like, in function, nothing has changed at all. Hilarious. Good job, Texas. Again, just let me know if the audio is not great. It was just as well that Buchanan's case didn't get to the Supreme Court, Kemeny thought. He penned a script for the perfect test case. First, the actors, 2 respectable same-sex volunteers. Then, the setting, a respectable private home. Then, the action. Quote, notify the appropriate authorities and the media. Let them arrive and find the volunteers engaged in a private, consensual, adult flagrante delicto and proceed from there, end quote. If that seemed too risky, Kemeny thought, a good effect might also be gotten by having the volunteers formally attest to the authorities that they just broken the law by indulging in forbidden sex acts. Activists in Los Angeles borrowed the script. Albert Gordon, a straight attorney whose gay son had been entrapped and prosecuted under the sodomy law, told Morris Knight, LA's gay eminence that he'd defend a case pro bono if Knight would produce and direct it. The actors they enlisted were Reverend Troy Perry, and his partner, the well-known lesbian grassroots leader, Jean Cordova, and her partner, a conventional-looking heterosexual man and a woman. Each couple signed a declaration confessing that on or about May 8, 1974, in the county of Los Angeles, state of California, they broke the law by having sex of the prohibited sort. Attorney Gordon hand-delivered the confession to the Rampart Division police station. He informed the police that the criminals would be available for arrest on June 13th at the Los Angeles Press Club. The Felon Six, they call themselves, hopefully. The press showed up, but the police didn't. Act 2 of Gordon's little play. Because the police didn't come to arrest the felon, Morris Knight made a citizen's arrest. All 6 of the lawbreakers, accompanied by Albert Gordon, piled into Knight's car, and media people caravanning behind. He drove them right up to the door of the Rampart station. But the police commander refused to book them. Quote, I didn't see you committing any crime, end quote, he said. Is that really loud? Can you guys hear that? Or it's fine. It's probably fine, right? Okay. Gay activists in Virginia also tried to challenge the sodomy law. But rather than presenting a pair of uber-sympathetic actors to put a human face on it and staging a scene in a private home to point out how egregious police were to burst in on people making love, they mounted a colorless class action lawsuit. John Doe versus Commonwealth Attorney for the City of Richmond simply threw half of the Bill of Rights at the U.S. District Court. The suit claimed that Virginia's Crimes Against Nature Statute 18.1-212 violated the First Amendment guarantee of freedom of speech, the First and Ninth Amendment's guarantee of privacy, the Fourth and Fifth Amendment's guarantees of due process, and the Eighth Amendment's guarantee against cruel and unusual punishment. The judges rejected outright the sweeping suit of, quote, all Richmond homosexuals against all officers who might prosecute plaintiffs and their cases and their class. They questioned whether John Doe even had a right to sue. John Doe had never shown that they experienced prosecution for consensual sodomy in private, and if they'd never been directly affected by the law, they had no standing. Anyway, 2 of the judges said sodomy laws here have ancestry going back to Judaic and Christian law. Such laws had a legitimate purpose to discourage, quote, the conduct that is likely to end in a contribution to moral delinquency, end quote. John Doe's attorneys appealed to the U.S. Supreme Court, which issued a summary judgment on March 29, 1976, upholding the Virginia District Court. The ripple effect of the loss of Doe v. Commonwealth's attorney were felt in Virginia for a long time. All a vengeful ex had to do to ensure child custody was to claim that the former husband or wife was a homosexual. Virginia's courts regularly took children from gay or lesbian parents who were ipso facto lawbreakers under Virginia's sodomy statute. In the most egregious case, a trial judge in 1997 declared that Sharon Bottom's homosexuality was a felony under the Commonwealth sodomy laws, and he gave custody of Bottom's 2-year-old child to its grandmother, who lived for 17 years out of wedlock with a man who, Sharon told the judge, had sexually assaulted her at least twice a week from the time she was 12 to the time she was 17. Because, pedos are better than gays. People saying anything? Yeah. I think it's literally the reason somebody said in the class, in the thing, said, not sure why people use the term sodomy for consensual intercourse. Well, I think it's partially because, especially in the U.S., laws were written by, Christians. So there's, biblical. And, they, even throughout this book, they refer to it as, a moral or an ethical issue, of moral delinquency or bankruptcy or something. And then also, I think, I was reading this other, gay history book, and they didn't see it as people who are gay or bi and people who are straight. They saw it as people, and sometimes you do this one thing, and the act of sodomy itself was almost always one person doing something bad to another person. So I think it's the history of the word kind of makes it make sense. But yeah, it's mostly because of the era. Yeah, anyway. The perfect case found. Dallas again. Donald Baker, a well-spoken, personable young man whose story would have touched anyone capable of empathy, was vice president of the Dallas Gay Political Caucus. His grandfather had been an Assembly of God minister, and Baker had grown up in the ultra-conservative household. He'd been a Boy Scout. He'd sung in the church choir. He'd been taught not only in church but also at the dinner table that homosexuals would be cast out of the family and jobs in this world and would burn in hell in the next. But his homosexual feelings started about the same time his adolescent acne did. He was so troubled by them that at the age of 20 in 1970, he dropped out of college in his junior year. He needed to run away from what he was. He went off to serve in Vietnam, where he was celibate and suicidal. But when he left the military 4 years later and re-enrolled in college, he saw an announcement for a gay student group meeting. He went, and for the first time, he met young gays who didn't hang their heads in shame. Baker became a gay activist. He also remained, quote, an active and devout Christian, end quote. He graduated and took a job as an elementary school teacher of language arts. His evaluations were stellar. Students, colleagues, everyone loved him. He was school principal material. He enrolled at Southern Methodist University to get a graduate degree in education. Mort Schwab, a lawyer. Mort Schwab, a lawyer who'd started the Texas Human Rights Foundation in 1977, knew Don Baker through the Dallas Gay Political Caucus. Schwab's foundation was planning to raise money to mount a sodomy suit. Who could be a more perfect face for the suit than Don Baker? They filed in November 1979. Again, Dallas gays would sue District Attorney Henry Wade, this time in Baker v. Wade. Yes, he'd had sex with men in the privacy of his own home, and he intended to continue to do so. Don Baker, clean-cut, honest, hardworking, told the Texas court. It didn't matter that the statute 21.06 wasn't enforced when a homosexual carried on his sex life in private. He was still affected by it, Baker said. The law made all homosexuals de facto criminals. Expert witnesses were called to bolster his argument. Jude Marmer, past president of the American Psychiatric Association, testified that the mere existence of the law created, quote, stigma and stress, end quote, in gays and lesbians. Don Baker's parents, middle America personified but passionately supportive of their son despite their Pentecostal history, sat in the courtroom. Baker's lawyers had placed them directly in the sight line of federal district judge Jerry Buckmeyer. The best the state could do was forensic psychiatrist James Grigson, famously called Dr. Death. Grigson had earned his moniker because he testified in dozens of capital trials. Almost always, according to him, the accused was sociopathic and would definitely kill again if he were set free. He thus sealed numerous defendants' sentences of death by lethal injection. At the Baker v. Wade trial, Grigson testified that homosexuality was a sickness. He knew that because he evaluated many homosexuals who'd been arrested. Homosexuals had to get treatment for their malady, Grigson said, but they wouldn't do it if the state didn't make homosexuality criminal. Judge Buckmeyer was unimpressed. He asked District Attorney Wade how the sodomy law, which didn't forbid heterosexuals from having oral or anal sex, advanced the state's interest in procreation. Wade's honest answer was, "I don't know." What kind of a societal welfare is furthered by a law that intrudes into the bedrooms of consenting adults? The judge pressed on. Again, Wade didn't know. Judge Buckmeyer declared in his written opinion on Baker v. Wade that, quote, "every individual has the right to be free from undue interference from the state in important and intimate personal matters," end quote. The sodomy law promoted no state interest and in violation of the constitutional right to equal protection of Don Baker and all Texas homosexuals. But it was 1982. The AIDS epidemic was just becoming daily news. Danny Hill, a newly elected go-getting district attorney for Potter County, called together a small group, Dallas Doctors Against AIDS, who were willing to testify that homosexuals were dangerous to public health and safety. Homosexuals had always been, quote, "a reservoir of serious transmissible diseases," end quote, they said. And now, by their sodomitic acts, they were spreading AIDS. Judge Buckmeyer's decision, District Attorney Hill argued, warranted judicial review. The 16 judges of the entire Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals met in New Orleans to hear the appeals case en banc. 9 of them agreed with the DA. For 7 centuries, Western culture had had strong moral objections to homosexual conduct, they said. Implementing morality in a permissible state goal. On October 23, 1985, they reversed Judge Buckmeyer's decision. Statute 21.06 was again in full force in Texas. That was exactly what Don Baker and his team had hoped. Now they could turn to the U.S. Supreme Court. They'd get Lawrence Tribe, a Harvard law professor and top constitutional law expert, on board, and in January 1986 they filed an appeal. SCOTUS rejected it. The justices had already decided to hear another sodomy suit, Bowers v. Hardwick. Lawrence Tribe had agreed to argue that one too. It was far from the perfect case the activists had hoped for. Someone says, if I recall correctly, in older versions of the Bible, it condemned pedophilia, and later it was changed to homosexuality. Yeah, I mean, they might have used the word pederasty. Like, I don't know. That's a completely random guess, but I think that was more of like not literally that word, because obviously it was a different language, but I mean, the concept, right? Because that's even in common use in like a couple other languages still now. Like, that's like their word for homosexuality, and pederasty is like technically like young boys and adult men. So I don't know, it's just my guess. Anyway. How are y'all doing today? Oh, the noise. So I'm like on my balcony and there's like a kid on a scooter and there's like a brick walkway, like path, and the kid on the scooter is on the bricks and it's like Someone says this whole chapter explains why I am uncomfortable with the silly queer meme that is sometimes popular with young anarchists and punks online. Be gay, do crimes. Yeah, I think that technically is something to do with, oh my god, what the fuck is her name? The first female astronaut in space. I think her name is Barbara something. But I think she technically did something illegal while she was in space or something. It was revealed years later. and she was also a gay. I think that's where the meme came from. But yeah, I also agree with the whole like be gay, do crimes thing. It's like so like insensitive and dumb because yeah, like context, guys. Ghost, are you French? Because isn't pede like the French version of like faggot? And it's like referring to pederasty. I'm not sure. Somebody who speaks French to let me know. Okay, let's keep going, guys. Sodomy and SCOTUS, Part 1. 28-year-old Michael Hardwick had nothing of Don Baker's squeaky clean American boy history. He came from a broken home. He'd been a heroin addict, though he kicked the habit through a rehab program. His enthusiasm for Buddhism, personal growth, and vegetarianism were outside the mainstream. He had a sketchy employment record, and his long, curly blonde hair accentuated his surfer dude panache. In 1982, Hardwick was working as a bartender at the Cove, an Atlanta gay bar, when his trouble with the law started. At 7 in the morning on July 5th, police officer Keith Torrick drove by the Cove and saw Hardwick out on the street with a bottle of beer in his hand. "I was just throwing it in the trash bin," Hardwick said. The 23-year-old policeman didn't like Hardwick's looks. He ticketed him for imbibing in public and warned him that he'd be arrested if he didn't show up in court. Hardwick missed his court date, but when he learned that while he was out, Torrick had come to his apartment with an arrest warrant, Hardwick hurried down to the courthouse to pay the $50 fine. He assumed that was the end of the weird teapot tempest. But on August 3rd, Officer Torrick, oddly obsessive about nailing Hardwick for his misdemeanor, came to Hardwick's apartment again at 8:30 a.m. He had another arrest warrant for failure to appear in court. The front door was open. The officer stepped inside and found a drunken house guest snoozing on the sofa. "I don't know if Mike is here," the man said when Torrick awoke him. The police officer proceeded down the hallway. He found a door that was open just a crack. He pushed in further. He saw Michael Hardwick naked on the bed, 69ing with another man. It's so weird reading like about all this gay sex stuff in this book. Anyway, try to stick to lesbian shit after this. Officer Torrick told the two they were under arrest. He ordered them to get dressed. He peeked around the bedroom as they did and found Hardwick's marijuana stash, for which he ticketed him another $50. Then he handcuffed the two men together and drove them to the police station, not sparing invectives such as cocksuckers as he waited to book them. Under Georgia's sodomy law, both oral and anal sex were felonies, punishable, if the state chose to prosecute, by 1 to 20 years in the penitentiary. Jesus Christ, bro. Attorneys of the Lesbian and Gay Rights Project of Georgia, ACLU, had been looking for years for a test case to challenge the draconian law. They'd been reading daily police dockets of arrests, hoping to find a good case. Michael Hardwick may not have been the ideal plaintiff Frank Kemney had dreamed of, but he had the virtue of having chosen an adult sex partner. Their coupling had been consensual, and it had been in the presumed privacy of Hardwick's own home. ACLU lawyers called him. Imagine if the ACLU gave a shit about homosexuals now. Wouldn't that be radical? Hardwick agreed to be their test case. The lawyers felt obliged to warn him he could be sentenced to up to 20 years in the pen if things went wrong. Quote, "I get it, but I feel pretty bad about myself if I just walked away from this," end quote, he said. The Atlanta district attorney, however, aware that Officer Todrick's odd behavior couldn't stand up under legal scrutiny, squelched the plan. He dismissed all charges against Hardwick outright. Well, good call, to be honest. What a waste of time. Everything is dismissed on a technicality. If the disappointed ACLU attorneys still wanted to challenge Georgia's sodomy law, they'd have to take the initiative. They sued Georgia Attorney General Michael Bowers, the DA Louis Slayton, and the Atlanta Chief of Police George Napier. In the suit, they described Hardwick as a practicing homosexual who regularly engages in private homosexual acts and will do so in the future. His arrest, they said, had violated his constitutional rights to free expression, free association, and privacy. Despite his forbidding ice blue eyes, Judge Frank Johnson had been a vocal champion of minority rights in the heart of Dixie since 1965, when he'd issued a controversial ruling against Governor George Wallace and in support of the Selma Marchers' right to demonstrate on the highways and streets of Alabama. Johnson didn't disappoint in Michael Hardwick's case. Representing the U.S. Court of Appeals, 11th Circuit, three-judge panel, he wrote the majority opinion on Bowers v. Hardwick. The Georgia sodomy statute infringes upon Michael Hardwick's fundamental constitutional rights, Judge Johnson declared, and he demanded that the state prove its compelling interest in regulating sodomy. Attorney General Bowers straightaway turned to SCOTUS. The other sodomy cases that had been appealed to the Supreme Court, such as Doe v. Commonwealth's attorney for the city of Richmond, had aimed to overthrow a ruling that upheld the law. But Bowers v. Hardwick was different. The Georgia Attorney General wanted to overthrow a ruling that repealed Georgia's sodomy law. The conservative Warren Burger Court agreed to hear it. Okay. Sorry, somebody asked a question in the thing, and I didn't know how to answer it because I'm not an American. Somebody American answered it. Great. Okay. Lawrence Tribe, for all his shrewdness and savvy, got it wrong when he thought the Bowers v. Hardwick battle would be, quote, very sharply uphill but not a sure loser, end quote. The times were as bad as they could be. The AIDS epidemic was fully underway. The general public had fear and loathing for homosexuals, almost as intense as it did in the dark old days. And Hardwick wasn't the poster boy who could sway a court that included only three reliably liberal justices. Why would SCOTUS in 1986 declare that homosexuals should be free to do as they like? Lawrence Tribe argued that the real question, quote, wasn't that what Michael was doing in his bedroom, but what the police were doing there, end quote. And he argued that the law must respect, quote, intimacies of private life and the sanctity of the home, end quote. But to the majority of the court, quote unquote sanctity and quote unquote homosexuality were simply oxymoronic. Justice Byron White boldly proclaimed that the Constitution didn't confer a fundamental right to engage in sodomy. The claim that it did was outrageous, quote, at best facetious, end quote. Chief Justice Berger harangued the Judeo-Christian morality and all of Western civilization. Even the Romans found homosexual acts repugnant. He quoted from the 18th century Tory jurist William Blackstone. Sodomy was, quote, a deeper malignity than rape, a heinous act, a crime not fit to be named, end quote. It was the infamous crime against nature. It couldn't be legalized without casting aside millennia of moral teaching. See what I mean? How they were like, sodomy automatically is bad because they're all religious? After Lawrence Tribe presented his argument about liberty and justice and human rights, Chief Justice Berger asked, well, Professor Tribe, didn't we used to put people to death for this? Bro. Okay. Sodomy and SCOTUS, Part 2. Also, why don't they get some lesbians in on this? Is it because like only the men ever get like arrested for this stuff? Like I know that was the case mostly, but like throughout this book, what a lot of the gay activists do is when they're trying to like make whatever gay thing they're doing more like appealing and like consumable to the average person, they'll use lesbians instead of gay men because gay men were seen more as like sexual deviants and lesbians were seen as more like tame in some way. Thanks, Alex. Okay. Sodomy and SCOTUS, Part 2. In the 1990s, as the 1990s progressed, the AIDS panic died down. Organizations such as Lambda Legal and gay and lesbian advocates and defenders grew in resources and know-how. More and more families and friends began standing up for gays and lesbians who were coming out to them. And even if some Americans knew no gays or no lesbians or gay people personally, they met them weekly in their own living rooms through the endearing television characters such as Ellen DeGeneres' Ellen, Will Truman of Will and Grace. Things were clearly changing. Sensitive to the change, the states, one by one, did what the Supreme Court wouldn't do in a single sweeping decision. They recognized that their sodomy laws were an invasion of privacy and violated a host of other constitutional rights, and they repealed them. By 2003, only 13 states had sodomy laws. Texas was one of them. Shocking. This time, Houston. About 11 o'clock on the 8th of September 17th, 1998, a Harris County Sheriff's dispatcher received an emergency call. A black man is going crazy with a gun, the man on the other end of the line shouted. 4 sheriff's deputies were sent out immediately to run down apartment complex in East Houston. The deputies broke down the door. They saw no one in the front room. They moved to the bedroom, their guns drawn. They found John Lawrence, a balding, white, 55-year-old Navy vet, and maybe Tyron Garner, a 31-year-old African-American man. The two were doing, or even whether they were in the same room, or what the two were doing, or even whether the two were in the same room, no one who wasn't there will ever know. For a time, John Lawrence would claim that he was alone in the bedroom. After the case was settled, he'd claimed that he and Garner were in the bedroom together, but seated about 15 feet apart. One of the deputies would testify that when he entered the bedroom, the two men were engaged in anal sex. Another would testify that they were having oral sex. 2 of the deputies said they saw the 2 men on the bed, but didn't see them doing anything sexual. When all the deputies did see was a pencil drawing hanging on the wall. Actor James Dean, nude, sporting a giant-sized penis. Obviously, this was the bedroom of a homosexual. Lawrence and Garner were handcuffed, dragged, almost naked down the stairs, and taken off to jail. They were held in custody overnight and charged by a justice of the peace with violating statute 21.06. A bit ironic we're talking about religion in this fucking church bell. John Lawrence and Tyrone Gardner were hardly the picture-perfect homosexual pair that Kemeny and other activists believed indispensable to a Supreme Court win. There was a 24-year age difference between the 2 men. John Lawrence worked at a hospital as a medical technician, but in 1967 he'd been convicted of killing someone with his car while under the influence. He'd been given a 5-year parole, but had racked up 2 more convictions of drunk driving charges. Tyrone Gardner, who supported himself when he could by cleaning houses or washing dishes in local restaurants, had no fixed address. He also had drunk driving record and had been convicted in 1995 for assault. Are the church bells really loud? Should I wait till they're done? I'm just going to keep reading. The circumstances around their case was unsavory too. The man who had made the phone call that brought the deputy sheriff to Lawrence's apartment that September night was Robert Eubanks, a.k.a. Roger Nance, Tyrone Gardner's on-again, off-again lover. Eubanks, a sporadically employed alcoholic, had known John Lawrence for several years. The 3 men had gotten drunk together that evening, and Eubanks, imagining that Lawrence was coming on to Gardner, announced that he was going downstairs to buy a soda. Once outside, he found a payphone and, in a fit of outlandish mischief, called the sheriff's department, screaming about a black man going crazy with a gun. When the deputies arrived, Eubanks directed them up the stairs. "He's in there," he told them, pointing that way. Okay, for those of you who weren't here, this is not the first time in this book this has happened. I think 3 chapters ago, there was some lesbian in the military who separated from an ex, and the ex-girlfriend called the cops to report that she was a lesbian because she didn't want her to be able to progress in the military, which was her dream or something. Anyway, the point is that bitter exes have used this law to fuck over their other homosexuals throughout the book, which is pretty super fucking sad. Someone said you're doing just fine. God will never stop you. Thanks, bro. Okay. Just 2 years earlier, in 1996, I can't believe how recent this is. The 90s, guys. That's so recent. Anyway, just 2 years earlier, in 1996, 4 liberals and 2 swing voters on the U.S. Supreme Court had recognized in Romer v. Evans that homosexuals really were American citizens. To what better court than that one could gays and lesbians hope to bring a challenge to sodomy laws? But a case wouldn't be easy to find. In the 13 states that still had laws in 1998, almost no one was being arrested, though the existence of the laws continued to stigmatize gays and lesbians everywhere as moral criminals. Yet a case that would get rid of the laws once and for all couldn't be brought to the Supreme Court without a plaintiff who had provable standing, and if gays and lesbians weren't being thrown in jail for sodomy, it wasn't easy to prove standing. Activists were desperate for a solid case. They had feelers out everywhere. Lawrence and Garner came to their attention when a gay file clerk in the sheriff's office saw a report of their arrest and told Houston activist Lane Lewis about it. Neither Lawrence nor Gardner had ever cared about gay politics. When Lane Lewis called John Lawrence and introduced himself as a gay activist, Lawrence asked him, "What's a gay activist?" But he and Gardner were hopping mad. They'd been roughed up, paraded in the street in their underwear, thrown in jail. They'd been fined $125 apiece for violating Statute 21.06 and $141.25 for court costs. Quote, "Let Mitchell Catney sue on your behalf for free," end quote, Lewis said. Lawrence and Gardner said okay. Catine, a Houston gay lawyer who'd been doing mostly HIV discrimination cases, quickly got on the phone to Suzanne Goldberg at the Lambda Legal Headquarters in New York. She'd been counsel on Romer v. Evans when she was fresh out of Harvard Law School, and she was now a senior staff attorney. Catine had met her at a conference. He knew she'd be trying to develop sodomy law challenges in Tennessee, Arkansas, and Montana, but she'd been frustrated in finding anyone who'd actually been arrested under the law. Yes, Goldberg said. Of course she was interested, but it had to be a tentative yes. She hurried down the hall to the office of Ruth Harlow, Lambda's legal director, who made the case assignments. Quote, "I just got this call from Texas," end quote, Goldberg told her. In no way did the Lawrence and Gardner case fit the ideal scenario, yet the two women agreed it was the best Lambda Legal might ever have. It presented everything the lawyers needed. Two consenting adults arrested in a private home and willing to say before the court they'd committed sodomy. If handled right, it could be the case to take down Bowers v. Hardwick. Goldberg would be the lead attorney. She'd work with Catine and a couple of other Lambda lawyers to develop a strategy. In the court of the Justice of the Peace, Lawrence v. Gardner would plead no contest, but they'd demand a trial. They'd be found guilty of sodomy and they'd sue in the Court of Appeals. They'd complain that their rights to equal protection, privacy, and liberty had been violated. The brilliantly plotted chess moves couldn't have gone better from the beginning to end. In 2000, a three-judge panel of a Texas appeals court overturned the trial court conviction. Chuck Rosenthal, Harris County's law and order DA, brought the case to the 14th Circuit's full 9-judge Court of Appeals. The judges voted 7-2 to reverse the earlier decision and uphold the trial court. They quoted the Supreme Court's 1986 decision calling sodomy, quote, "the infamous crime against nature," end quote. Susan Goldberg appealed to the Texas Supreme Court, which refused to hear the case. Perfect. There was only one place to appeal now. She and other lawyers were ecstatic. They filed a writ of certiorari with the U.S. Supreme Court. Out of a flawed plaintiffs, they'd made a flawless case, though maybe it was simply a case whose time had come. At any rate, the lawyers got Lawrence to stop claiming he and Gardner had never done the deed. Then, they kept the two men away from the media interviews as much as possible. The media noticed. The two men were at the heart of the case and have been retreated from the view, end quote, an Associated Press article announced. Quote, "They're on the quiet side, passive-type individuals," end quote, Mitchell Catine nervously explained when asked why Lawrence and Gardner weren't being brought out much. The Lambda lawyers barely referred to them, except to use their names and the fact that the circumstances of their arrest were sodomy. When the lawyers wanted to emphasize was that sodomy laws empowered the state to invade the privacy of people's homes and punish them for consensual adult intimacy. March 26, 2003. The case wouldn't be heard until 11 o'clock, but droves of would-be spectators had started lining up in the cold, wee hours. Those who'd been tracking the struggle for gay and lesbian rights knew the magnitude of what would be going on that day in the white marble and red velvet courtroom. They wanted it. Most would be disappointed because there were seats for only a fraction of them. Members of the Supreme Court bar stood in a separate line. Seated in the center of the courtroom were reserved for them. But by 6:30, every one of those seats had been claimed, mostly by gay men and lesbians from among the core of elite DC lawyers. Just seeing how many of them were there now, was a transformative moment for them. Lawrence sat in a courtroom, but only his lawyers knew who he was. Gardner wasn't there. Those gays and lesbians who got in must have felt jubilant very soon after the oral argument started. Paul Smith, a Lambda legal lawyer who would present the oral arguments for Lawrence, had been a Supreme Court clerk. Supreme Court doings were nothing new to him, and to many of the justices he was a familiar case. He appeared assured and elegant. Chuck Rosenthal, the Harris County District Attorney, would argue for Texas. Rosenthal, sporting a white horseshoe mustache a la 1880s Wild West, was out of his element in more ways than fashion. It was soon clear that his arguments were befuddled, illogical. Maybe he already suffered from the substance abuse issues that would drive him out of office a few years later. Several spectators in the court that day agreed that he delivered, quote, the worst oral argument in years. Justice Scalia, oh my god, someone we recognize, as passionately opposed to repealing sodomy laws as he'd been in 1986, tried to help Chuck Rosenthal along, even arguing his case for him. The public has not altered its opinion since the court decided Bowers v. Hardwick, Scalia declared. There was no reason in 2003 to reconsider their earlier decision. Americans still found homosexuality morally unacceptable. Wasn't that right? Everything hinged on that very point. Had the last 17 years of activism and struggle changed society's collective mind about homosexuals, or had they not? Instead of grasping Scalia's helping hand and agreeing with that Americans look down on homosexuality no less now than they had, the flummoxed Rosenthal declared, as though desperate to show he'd done a little homework, that since 1986, many state legislatures have changed their position on sodomy. Dude, why would you say that when you're trying to convince them to go the other way? Okay. Paul Smith's point exactly. The Supreme Court's 1986 decision had been based on, quote, faulty assumptions about gay lives and gay relationships, end quote. But things had changed since then, Smith said, quote, it has to be apparent to the court that there are gay families and family relationships established, that there are hundreds of thousands of people registered in the 2000 census who have formed gay families, end quote. And because gay people form families, Smith eloquently argued, their right to privacy in their own homes, quote, performs much of the same function that it does in the marital context, end quote. Of course, Lawrence and Gardner had not formed a family, had not been in a home they shared together, and had not even had a relationship, but it didn't matter. Justice Anthony Kennedy wrote the majority decision for himself and the 5 justices who had voted with him. They declared all sodomy laws throughout America to be unconstitutional. Kennedy waxed eloquent about how the laws dishonored deep relationships. Quote, when a sexuality finds overt expression in intimate conduct with another person, the conduct can be but one element in a personal bond that is more enduring, end quote. The state had no right to interfere with that bond, 6 justices agreed. Justice Antonin Scalia wrote a prickly dissent. He read it to the court in a voice tinged with sarcasm for Justice Kennedy's arguments. The majority decision to repeal all sodomy laws was a slippery slope, Scalia declared. If sodomy laws were no more, he demanded to know, what justification could there possibly be for denying homosexuals the benefit of marriage? Dun dun dun! Gay marriage, the worst thing ever, guys. I just like to point out, so sodomy laws were struck down in the US in 2003. Guess what year sodomy laws were struck down in Canada? 1969, before Stonewall fucking happened. Isn't that unbelievable? Canada was so on top of its shit. Okay, so I'm going to read chapter 29 now. But I'm going to try moving my shit around a bit. I feel a little bit awkward about the seating arrangement. Any thoughts or feelings so far, guys? Do you like my balcony? It's kind of nice out here, right? Okay. Chapter 29. The first law in American history that begins the job of protecting LGBT people. Speaking of LGBT, I'm surprised how little mention of trans people there are in this book. I mean, I recognize that she's going on illegal stuff, and that's like almost entirely gay people, but like, I'm just surprised. Izzy Fox says she was 10 in 1996. I was born in 1996. But I've watched a lot of 90s television, so for me, 1990s seems like not that long ago. I don't know if that makes any sense. Ghost, can you please name your uber conservative country? Because I'm like very curious now. Oh, for any of you who are enjoying my reading, on Sunday, I did a reading of a speech in Calgary at like a women's event. You can look up hashtag AB Women Speak. There's like Alberta Women Speak. Yeah. It was cool. I talked about like censorship of lesbians and how there's no lesbian spaces in Canada. Okay. Hate. 21-year-old Brandon Tina, née Tina Brandon, and called a tomboy from the time he could walk, moved from a trailer park outside of Lincoln, Nebraska, where he'd grown up and where too many people thought of him as a girl, to Falls City, 100 miles away. Falls City was a dusty town of about 4,700 inhabitants. Quote, a close-knit, God-fearing community, end quote, one reporter later said of it. The land of pickup truck, where gun-toting men spent their leisure at the demolition derby. Brandon Tina had hoped that there, where he was a stranger, he could live as a man. Okay, so we've gotten to a trans now. This is a trans man. He bound his breasts, and though only 5'4", he quickly charmed a bevy of young and pretty Falls City women into his dazzling smile and courtly manner. They'd refer to him later, with varying degrees of amusement, as a perfect lover, who really knew how to treat a woman the way she wanted to be treated. Like most fucking lesbians. In November 1993, he started dating Lana Tisdale, a 19-year-old, long-haired, strawberry blonde. He also met and palled around with two of Tisdale's bad boyfriends, her hard-drinking, explosive ex-boyfriend, John Lauder, who was still enamored of her, and Marvin Tom Nissen, Lauder's buddy, a sly, wolfish-looking fellow with shoulder-length yellow curls. Nissen and Lauder had both spent years of their youth in state correctional institutions. I have to say I'm getting a very bad vibe. I feel like this is going to turn into a boys don't cry situation. Trouble began when Brandon Tina forged a check, was caught, and the local police discovered he was already on probation after an arrest in Lincoln the previous year for second-degree forgery, a crime usually punished by 1 to 5 years behind bars. On December 15th, a Falls City judge sent him to jail. A week later, Lana Tisdale, already devoted to Tina, though they'd been together for only a month, bailed him out. Her father had given her a blank check to get a hair perm, and she'd written it for $250 and cashed it for the bail money. But when Tisdale sent Nissen to spring Tina from the Richardson County Jail, he was directed to the women's section. Then the sheriff, Charles Lowe, called Tina an it. Then an article in the local paper about Brandon Tina's arrest referred to him as Tina Brandon. His secret was out in Falls City. Yep, this is really a boys don't cry situation. Oh, was it? Okay, I literally haven't seen that movie because, like, just the concept of it sounds so upsetting to me. I know people who, like, said that, like, watching the rape scene made them cry. Like, I don't need to see that shit. Okay. Tina explained to the perplexed Lana Tisdale that he'd had a sex change operation, though it wasn't yet complete. He intended to have more done, he said. Tisdale was upset, confused. She couldn't think of giving up a romance that for weeks had been exquisite. But Lauder and his sidekicks took Brandon Tina's deception of Lana Tisdale as a grave affront. Christmas Eve 1993, Tina and Tisdale went together to a Christmas party at Tom Nissen's home. John Lauder was there too. He and Nissen had been guzzling beer since 10 in the morning. We want to have sex with you, the very drunk Lauder told the slightly drunk Tina in front of Lana Tisdale. You'll have to get over it, Tina answered them. Lauder jumped him and Nissen helped pinion him. They pulled down his pants. You better look, Lauder ordered Lana Tisdale, who'd cover her eyes. We'll hold him like this until you do. A short while later, Tisdale, also a little drunk, said she had to leave to do an errand for her mother. She asked Tina to come with her. Inexplicably, Tina said he'd stay. Just come back quick. Don't leave me here long, he told her. Okay, I not to like excuse any of like violence against this person, but I do think it's pretty fucked up for somebody to like it sounds like based on the Knew How to Please a Woman or whatever that Brandon was having sex with Lana, and Lana thought that Brandon was male, and to me that's like very, fucked up. But things are about to get very bad, I feel. Soon after Tisdale left, Lauder and Nissen knocked Tina down, kicked him in the ribs, stepped on his back, pulled by his coat into Lauder's car. They drove him to the parking lot of a deserted factory and made him get into the back seat, where they raped him. After Nissen beat him again, splitting his lip. They warned him not to tell anyone about what they'd done. It was dawn Christmas Day when they got back to Nissen's house. Nissen demanded that Tina, who was bloody and soiled, take a shower. Alone in the bathroom, Tina escaped through a window and ran barefoot down the freezing street to the house where Lana Tisdale lived with her mother, Linda Gutierrez. Mrs. Gutierrez had no fondness for Tina because he'd deceived her daughter, but she called an ambulance. At the local hospital, a rape exam showed that Tina had been penetrated vaginally and anally. The case was turned over to the sheriff's department. It was an entirely unusual incident. In that year alone, the Federal Bureau of Investigations had documented over 1,000 hate crimes based on sexual orientation of the victim, though the federal government had no law that addressed the problem. Deputy Sheriff Tom Olbarding began the questioning of Tina about the rape, but his boss, Charles Lowe, who recognized Tina from his week in jail, said he'd take over. Lowe was a burly, mean-eyed law and order man who'd been elected sheriff 4 times by the voters of Richardson County. His interrogation of Tina in 1993 was as brutal and lascivious as the grilling of gays and lesbians by John's committee goons that had been in the 1950s. The sheriff was clearly less interested in the kidnap and rape than in mortifying the victim and exciting himself. After he pulled your pants down and seen you was a girl, what did he do? Did he fondle you any? He demanded. You were all half-assed drunk. I can't believe that he pulled your pants down and you are a female, that he didn't stick his hand in you or his finger in you, the sheriff kept on. Did he have a hard-on or what? Did you work it up for him? Deputy Oberling was uncomfortable with his boss's questions. He left the room, but he came back in time to hear Sheriff Lowe ask Tina, why did you run around with girls instead of guys, seeing as you're a girl yourself? Why do you make girls think you're a guy? What does that have to do with what happened last night? Tina dared to say. Deputy Oberling told Tina he didn't have to answer any question he chose not to answer. Tina had informed the sheriff and his department that Lauder and Nissen threatened to kill him if he talked. He feared for his life, he'd said. We need to find Lauder and Nissen and arrest them, Oberling told Lowe after the interrogation. But Oberling was only a deputy. Lowe made the decision about who got arrested. No, I don't have any evidence yet against them, he said. He'd first send the rape kit from the hospital to Nebraska State Patrol Crime Laboratory in Lincoln, and then he'd see. That's like insane, bro. I mean, obviously, but just like what the fuck? Sheriff Lowe called Dr. Rena Roy, a supervisor in the crime laboratory, to say, I need to process this fast because they threatened to kill her. She's a dyke, Dr. Roy, a Bengali immigrant, had never heard the term. A what, he asked. He explained what it meant. Dr. Roy couldn't figure out how that was relevant. Her lab report confirmed that there had been a rape, but Lowe made no move to arrest Lauder or Nissen. Afraid of what the two men might do next, Tina left Falls City and went to Humboldt, a town 30 miles away, to stay with a friend, Lisa Lambert, a nurse's aide and a single mother of an 8-month-old baby. Then, in a farmhouse, Tina hoped he might hide. Or there, in a rented farmhouse, Tina hoped he might hide. Lambert had another house guest, a 22-year-old African man, Philip Devine, an amputee with one leg. He was the out-of-town boyfriend of Lana Tisdale's sister, Leslie. They'd had a fight, and Lambert was letting him stay in her home until he and Leslie could patch things up. On December 31st, Lauder and Nissen tracked Brandon and Tina down at the farmhouse. Because the dead can't testify in court, Nissen later confessed. Lauder shot Brandon and Tina execution style with a stolen .38. Tina was still twitching, so Nissen stabbed him. They killed the Lambert and Philip Devine too, so there'd be no witnesses. Only the baby survived. Jesus fuck, man. Like, what the fuck? Brandon Tina's story which became the subject of the Academy Award-winning 1999 film Boys Don't Cry, brought the murderous violence perpetrated on LGBT people to a wide national attention. It also brought back into America's mass consciousness the subject of transgender people, which had lain virtually dormant since the sex change operation of the ex-GI Christine Jorgensen had made sensational headlines in 1951. But it was Matthew Shepard, a gay, cisgendered male, a student at the University of Wyoming, whose murder finally rallied the masses. Reported hate crimes based on the sexual orientation of the victim had risen in 1998 to 1,488. Several had been murdered. But statistics don't appeal to mass emotions. The hauntingly innocent face of a young martyr does. LGBT groups had been intensifying the battle to get the federal government to pass a law against hate crimes based on sexual orientation. Matthew Shepard would become the face of their case. On the night of October 6, 1998, Shepard, who was blonde and soft-spoken, looked like a winsome 16-year-old, though he was 21, was driven out to a Wyoming field of prairie grass and sagebush and was beaten on the head 20 times with the butt of a 17-inch gun. 7-inch gun. Yeah, that was. His skull was fractured and his brainstem crushed. Then his assailants trussed his limp 5'2", 100-pound body, tied him to a split-rail fence, took his wallet, ring, and shoes, and left him there in near-freezing temperatures. 18 hours later, he was discovered by a passing bicyclist who first thought the crumpled form was a Halloween scarecrow. Shepard never regained consciousness. He died at Fort Collins Hospital on October 12th. His assailants, Russell Henderson and Aaron McKinney, whom Henderson accused of masterminding the assault, were caught the next day. McKinney told the officer who took his confession that he and Henderson had met Shepard at the Fireside Bar and Lounge in Laramie, and Shepard had told them he was gay. They said they were too and offered him a lift home. Shepard sat in the front seat between the two of them, McKinney declared, and as Henderson drove his pickup truck through Laramie, Shepard placed his hand on McKinney's leg. When are we going to get to where you live? Shepard asked. McKinney would claim that at that point he told Shepard, guess what, we're not gay. You're going to get jacked. McKinney's lawyer would argue in his client's defense that McKinney killed Matthew Shepard out of gay panic. He put his arm on your leg, bro. He didn't assault you. You're like some tough dude. Couldn't you flip the hand off of your leg or something? Jesus Christ. Or not lead him on. Literally the whole gay panic situation, if this is their argument, was precipitated by them fucking lying to him and telling them that they were also gay. Sorry, just reading the things. Okay. National gay organizations banded together immediately to organize a vigil on the Capitol steps and demand that a federal hate crimes law be passed in Matthew Shepard's name to protect all LGBT people. Vigils and protests were held from Denver to the University of Maryland. The giant rainbow flag that flew in San Francisco's Castro district was lowered to half-mast. NGLFT's political director likened Matthew Shepard tied to the fence to the crucifixion. The image had emblazoned the American imagination and conscience. A childlike, sweet-looking boy-next-door type, tortured and killed, crucified only because he was gay. The Crucifixion of Matthew Shepard, a Vanity Fair article, was titled, President Clinton urged Congress to pass a Federal Hate Crimes Protection Act. You guys don't know, but because it was in an early chapter, when Clinton was running, he was super tight with the gays, and he was all I'm gonna change the law for you guys and stuff. And then when he actually got into power, there was a bunch of shit, he couldn't really get anything done. And then they were pissed off at him a bit. President Clinton urged Congress to pass a Federal Hate Crimes Protection Act. A Gallup poll showed that 75% of Americans had been so moved to compassion by the horrific murder they were now in favor of a hate crimes law that would protect gays. 15 years after Shepard's death, Stephan Jimenez, who'd been an ABC News 2020 writer and producer, published The Book of Matt, Hidden Truths About the Murder of Matthew Shepard. Jimenez, a gay man, had originally intended to write a screenplay about the iconic gay hate crime. In the course of more than a decade, Jimenez said he interviewed about 100 people in Laramie who'd known Shepard and his murderers. He claimed they told him that McKinney was bisexual, that he had had sexual relationships with Shepard before that fatal night. Before the fatal night of October 6th, that Shepard, McKinney, and Henderson were all crystal meth dealers, and that the gruesome murder of Matthew Shepard was not about gay hatred or gay panic. Rather, the meth-crazed McKinney, who'd been on a 5-day drug binge, had hoped to rob Shepard because he erroneously thought Shepard had on him $10,000 worth of crystal meth, which he was going to deliver that night to Denver. 6:30. But if it were true that the murder was about drugs, why didn't McKinney, who'd already copped to being a killer, say so in court? Why did he claim the gay panic instead? Because it seemed in 1998 that history had proven, beginning with the famous wrist slap of Dan White for the murder of Harvey Milk, that juries hated homosexuals and were soft on those who murdered them. For those of you who don't know, Dan White, assassinated Harvey Milk. He came with a gun and snuck in the building and, went to his office. He planned just to kill him and went there to kill him. And then in court, he was like, I was depressed because I lost my job and my wife or something, and I had too many Twinkies. Literally, he was like, I was on a sugar rush when I killed him. It's not my fault. And then the court was like, yeah, not guilty. So, I guess the lawyer thought if you claimed it was because of the gay, that you were more likely to get off than if you were like, yeah, I'm a crystal meth dealer and user. For his Judas takedown of a gay martyr, Stephen Jimenez was lambasted in the gay community, accused of giving aid and comfort to homophobes who wanted to turn a blind eye to anti-LGBT violence and bigotry. Yet whether or not Matthew Shepard was killed because he was gay is in sense irrelevant to laws against hate crimes, no less than it was irrelevant to sodomy repeal, whether or not Lawrence and Gardner really were lovers. Lawrence and Gardner were stand-ins for the many thousands of gays and lesbian couples who were lovers and had suffered because of the sodomy laws. At the least, Matthew Shepard was a crucial stand-in for many thousands of LGBT people who were brutally assaulted or murdered by people who hated them simply for what they were. According to FBI hate crime statistics, the third most frequent hate crime motivation after race and religion was the victim's sexual orientation. That statistic alone should have been ample justification for a federal bill to protect LGBT people. The limits of human imagination required a face to justify such a bill. Okay, I'll be right back. 1 second. Literally 1 second, sorry. I brought my cat. Mama, say hello. Or something. Say something. No? So rude, Mama. Okay. Mama, you have so many fans. Why can't you be more friendly? Making hate unlawful. The mounting number of violent attacks in the 90s jogged national LGBT rights groups, the Human Rights Campaign, PFLAG, National Gay and Lesbian Task Force, Gay and Lesbian Alliance Against Defamation, to push the federal government to take a stand. In 1997, they banded together to lobby Senator Ted Kennedy to introduce to the Senate a Hate Crimes Prevention Act. It would say that violence motivated by race, religion, national origin, disability, gender, and sexual orientation posed a serious national problem, and that existing federal laws didn't address it sufficiently. The bill would propose enhanced sentencing for those committing hate crimes. It would also permit the federal government to help state and local governments prosecute such a crime, and the feds would be authorized to act if a state or local government didn't. But the bill failed to get out of committee. It failed again in 1998, shortly before the murder not only of Matthew Shepard but also of James Byrd Jr., a black man who'd been killed in Jasper, Texas by 3 white supremacists who offered him a ride on a county road and then beat him, stripped him naked, chained him to a bumper of their pickup truck, and dragged him for 2 miles until he was dismembered and decapitated. They ditched his torso in a black cemetery. The next year, in 1999, Judy Shepard, Matthew's mother, appeared before the U.S. Senate Judiciary Committee to urge passage of the reintroduced hate crimes bill. If there had been such a law in 1998 when her son was killed, she told senators, perhaps these murderers would have gotten the message that this country does not tolerate hate-motivated violence. After her impassioned speech, the bill did pass the Senate, but it couldn't get traction in the House. October 2000, the televised presidential debate. Candidate Al Gore said that if elected, he'd sign a federal hate crimes bill. He referred to Matthew Shepard having been crucified on a split-rail fence by bigots, and said that hate crimes don't aim just at a single victim. They intend to stigmatize and dehumanize a whole group of people. His opponent, George W. Bush, then governor of Texas, had let a state hate crime bill die that year, despite the pleas from James Byrd's family that he supported. In the debate, Bush insisted at first that his state did indeed have a hate crimes law. When Gore assured him it did not, Bush backpedaled to say that all crimes are hate crimes, and Texas is already plenty tough on criminals, so no special hate crimes legislation was needed. He was elected president the following month. Imagine if Gore had become president. Wouldn't that have been so interesting? During the years of the Bush administration, focus on the family founder James Dobson, widely considered America's most influential evangelical leader, had the ear of the president in part because Dobson had the ear of 7 million evangelicals who tuned in weekly to his Focus on the Family radio program, broadcast on more than 1,000 stations. Pundits called him the Kingmaker after he helped Bush to a second-term victory. On 24 different occasions, Dobson was invited to visit the White House to talk to Bush or to suggest policy to his aides. He urged the president to promote a, quote, Christian social agenda, end quote, which opposed all, quote, special rights for homosexuals, end quote. The hate crimes bill had passed the Senate again in 2000 and died in the House. It passed another time in 2004, at which point Focus on the Family's soul sister, Concerned Women for America, complained, quote, under a hate crimes law, someone who mugs her grandmother will not be prosecuted as vigorously as someone who commits the same crime against a homosexual. This says to criminals, mug grandma, it's less risky, end quote. The bill failed in the Republican-dominated House once again. What a dumb fucking argument. Like, it's truly dumb. Anyway. Someone in the comments said, damn, this just reminded me how many LGBT organizations we've lost to trans ideology. We used to have so many resources. I know. And it's crazy, like, reading this book, like, you know, we're, like, a huge quarter of the way through the book. Like, seeing all these organizations, like, how they were founded, how they, like, change from being, like, 2 people in, like, a closet-sized office to being, like, an actual organization with, like, funding, doing stuff. And then, like, now, knowing that all these organizations, all the work that was put in by, like, these gays and lesbians was, like, basically, like, has disappeared at this point. Izzy, what city are you in? I mean, you don't have to tell us, but I just like to know. Okay. In 2005, it was reintroduced in the House for a 4th time by its lead sponsor, the congressman from Michigan, John Conyers. A seasoned politician who'd been in Congress since 1965, Conyers was a founding member of the Congressional Black Caucus and one of the most liberal members of the House of Representatives. Knowing that his bill would never pass by itself in a Republican-controlled Congress, he inserted an amendment for Child Safety Act, which strengthened sex offender registration programs and established federal mandatory minimum sentencing for child molesters. The entire Children's Safety Act/hate crime bill passed with a vote of 223 to 199, but now the Senate didn't take it up. Even the bill's most ardent supporters had known it hadn't a prayer of becoming a law in a Republican administration. Yet each time the bill was reintroduced, it garnered more support. Barney Frank pointed out to co-sponsors that it was necessary to keep introducing the bill to get their fellow Congress members acclimated to the idea that gays and lesbians were citizens too. In the world outside Congress, thanks to more than half a century of gay and lesbian pickets, zaps, and mainstream activism attitudes had changed among large swaths of Americans. But Congress members were still backward when it came to the subject. Frank's theory was that they needed to be reminded over and over on the floor of Congress. Oh, right, I think I knew that you were Australian. I just forgot, sorry. When the 2006 midterm election put the House of Representatives and Senate back in the Democratic hands, the House again considered a hate crimes bill. By now, it had been about a decade since gay and lesbian, which used to include in its definition a spectrum of gender identities and same-sex orientation, had morphed into the more precise lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender, or LGBT. I don't know how it's more precise if it's like, whatever. Representatives of groups such as the National Center for Transgender Equality, founded in 2003 by Mara Karsling, a Harvard-educated, conventional-looking middle-class lady who'd come out as a woman in 1999 at the age of 40, had begun showing up at board meetings of big advocacy groups such as the Human Rights Campaign to say that they must fight for trans-inclusive hate crimes bill. Their arguments were compelling. Transgender people were more likely than anyone else in the LGBT community to suffer violent hate crimes. There'd been a spat of high-profile murders of young transgender people of color in recent years, such as the 16-year-old Native American Fred Martinez killed in 2001 and 17-year-old Latina Gwen Arujo killed in 2002. Congresswoman Baldwin spearheaded the move to add gender identity to the hate crimes bill and made converts of other leaders such as Barney Frank. Yeah, interesting. But if you had left it as just sexual orientation, like, if you think about it on a very practical level, I don't know, never mind. The vote was taken on May 3rd, 2007. Speaker Nancy Pelosi asked Congressman Frank, who along with Baldwin had worked on multiple versions of the bill for years, to preside over the chamber. When the tally was complete, Frank called out 237 ayes to 180 nays, banged the gavel, and solemnly said over the great applause, "The bill is passed." All I meant was that, like, when hate crimes are committed, it's usually not like they know the person super intimately well. It's like they see them, or they have a conversation with them in a bar or something, and then they like attack them, right? And usually it's based on just like really like quick visuals of like, does this person look gender nonconforming? So if you had just left it at like sexual orientation, you could say like the person who committed the hate crime looked at them and thought this person looks like gay or gender nonconforming, which they register as gay, and that's why they hurt them, right? I don't know. Because hasn't there been at least one time where somebody tried to argue a hate crime conviction that even though the person wasn't gay, the person who attacked them looked at them and thought they were gay, so then it counts as a hate crime or something? I don't know, man. I mean, it's just like, I mean, at the time, I'm sure they didn't realize, but like now looking back, it's like every incident of, even when they said like protecting people on the like religion, national origin of nationality, whatever, race, and like gender, I was like, that was the first time like you use gender instead of like sex. Like, why? And like to see how it snowballed, right? Or like here using gender identity. I'm sure it seemed pretty malignant in like 2003 or whatever. Oh, 2007. They didn't view it the way that we see it now. They just thought like, oh, it's some minority. But like now, seeing the way that gender identity is used in law, it's like all of these things set a precedent for it, and it's like I'm just trying to like assess. Plus, I think until like 2010ish, most heterosexual men wouldn't consider themselves like I think most transsexuals were like homosexuals. I think like a huge portion of the men who transitioned or who cross-dressed or part-time identified as women or whatever, like that were straight, they considered themselves more to be like cross-dressers than to be like they didn't have like this community consensus of like gay men who present as women are the same as straight men who present as women, right? Like that's more of a recent thing. Um, so I'm just wondering if it's even, I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. I don't know. James Dobson wasted no time in spreading his outrage to his radio listeners. Protecting homosexuals was bad enough. Protecting people who wanted to change their God-given sex was horrifying. Okay. The hate crimes bill world muzzled people of faith who dared to express their moral and biblical values against homosexuality. It would usher in an Orwellian era. If you read the Bible in a certain way, you may be guilty of committing a thought crime, Dobson proclaimed about the dangers of the hate crime bill. Well, I mean, as far as I'm aware, American hate crimes bills don't really get used to that extent. Um, like this book isn't telling us a whole ton about the hate crimes bill, like what powers it gives the government or the prosecutors or whatever. But that just seems like, sensationalizing to me. Wait, Alex, are you the Alex that I know from Twitter? Fuck, I didn't realize that was you. Anyway. In the Senate, Ted Kennedy attached the bill as an amendment to the Defense Authorization Bill. It was moved forward by a vote of 60 to 39. For the first time, both houses of Congress agreed on the need for hate crime legislation with a bill that included gender identity as well as sexual orientation. But the presidency hadn't changed. The White House spokesman announced that George W. Bush would veto the bill because, quote, there was no persuasive demonstration of any need to federalize such a potentially large range of violent crime enforcement, end quote. These are the people who are all like tough on crime and they think having a law that enforces laws very strongly is violent law criminal enforcement. Like, bro, aren't you guys for violent criminal enforcement? Whatever. Then he added, oblivious to his illogic, that the bill leaves other classes of people such as the elderly, the military, and police officers without similar status. In the view of threatened presidential veto, the hate crimes bill was withdrawn. Didn't somebody say, was it the Al Gore during his presidential thing, that like a hate crimes don't aim just at a single victim, they intend to stigmatize and dehumanize a whole group of people. Like, do you think when like a police officer is attacked or something that is the same as when a gay? I mean, I'm sure Bush didn't pay attention or care or remember. Oh, you're not the same Alex? No, dude, don't worry. I know like 10,000 Alexes. Okay. I can't believe in 2007 they were like, no, we don't need this. It's like, bro, no offense to Americans, but you guys are so slow on the uptake. Okay. It was introduced yet again in 2009 in the 2009 Congress as an amendment to the National Defense Authorization Act to answer the religious rights objections that a hate crime bill would inhibit pastors from speaking about homosexuality as a biblical sin. The bill's sponsors were careful to emphasize that it was about punishing violent acts and in no way affected freedom of speech, even hate speech. Yeah, that's what I thought. Like they were acting like this bill would give the government like ridiculous, oversweeping powers to do whatever the fuck they want. Definitely not. Barney Frank quipped to conservative Iowa Congressman Steve King, who'd fought on the floor against the bill, "If hate crime legislation passes tomorrow, you'll be free to call me a fag." That wasn't assurance enough for King, who appeared on Focus on the Family and another ultra right radio program, The Sean Hannity Show, to complain that the hate crimes bill was really a pedophile protection act. I can't, like, okay, I'm not saying that there's no merit to this, like, um, comparison, that this is like for pedophiles, because, even like last chapter, they were like, finally, we had people arrested for sodomy, where they both people were adults. Like clearly, it was like an actual fucking issue. However, this whole thing about how like if this law passes, we can't prosecute people for child molestation is complete bullshit. It's not like it overrides any kind of law against like statutory rape or something. All of, like if that's the case that you can't prosecute somebody for pedophilic actions, that means that the laws on that are not good. That has nothing to do with this. Like again, these fucking conservatives make no sense. Rachel, are you the Rachel I'm friends with from Twitter? Or I mean, it's okay if you're not. I'm just asking. No, yeah, there's like a whole section on like I know who James Dobson is what I'm saying. But almost all Democrats and a few Republicans in the House and the Senate have come to support federal hate crime legislation. In the 2009 Democratic dominated House, the hate crimes bill passed with a 74-point margin, 249 to 175. In the Democratic dominated Senate, it was again introduced by Ted Kennedy, who was in his 47th and final year as a senator. The bill passed in August with a vote of 63 to 28. President Obama had promised since taking office that he'd sign a hate crimes bill if it came to his desk. On October 29th, 2009, with the families of Matthew Shepard and James Burt Jr. at his side, the representatives from the national LGBT groups had waged a long fight for the bill. Looking on, Obama declared, "No one in America should ever be afraid to walk down the street holding the hands of the person they love. No one in America should be forced to look over their shoulder because of who they are." And he signed the Matthew Shepard and James Byrd Jr. Hate Crimes Prevention Act. Barney Frank called it a bittersweet day. It was the first law in American history, he said, that begins the job of protecting LGBT people against prejudice. But he added it came too late to save countless victims. Okay, obviously the law is good and everything, but too late to save countless victims. It's like, I don't think people, I'm sure it's some kind of deterrent, but I don't think the average person who like drives into the city to go to the gay neighborhood to find somebody to beat up is like, oh, maybe I shouldn't do this because there's like a hate crimes law. Oh, hey Rachel, it is you. What's up? Okay. The hate crimes bill was yet another issue that divided the community between LGBTQ radicals. The acronym was expanded with the new century to include queer and gay Inc., their hostile name for the mainstream groups. Well, don't worry, by 2015, all of the mainstream groups will be radicals. Radicals insisted from the start that the energy spent on getting hate crime legislation passed was wasted or worse. They said that hate crime laws do nothing but lengthen prison sentences, and that the longer people stay in prison, the more hardened they get. They argue that the LGBTQ community must be in the business of seeking justice, not vengeance. Queers for Economic Justice claim that hate crime laws most often hurt people of color or poor people. It's useless to focus on a single act of violence, radicals said. The various social forces that lead to those acts have to be dismantled. People need to be educated. Men's hearts need to be changed. Indeed, a government can't outlaw hate. The number of reported hate crimes based on the victim's sexual orientation went up slightly right after the hate crimes bill was passed, though perhaps that was because of the existence of the law, which implied someone would listen and encourage more victims to report an attack. But while the laws can't do much to control the wild-eyed For the vast majority of the population, laws helped shape attitudes, and attitudes influenced behavior. When the laws said that homosexuals were criminals, most Americans, even liberals and radicals, regarded them as criminals and treated them that way. In the 1950s, for instance, even the ACLU, devoted to protecting the civil rights of the oppressed, refused to help homosexuals who were witch hunted out of the government. Out of government jobs because it found, quote, nothing unconstitutional, end quote, in the government's desire to get rid of them. Laws also warn the mean guys that someone more powerful than they are is watching. Would Richardson County, Nebraska Sheriff Charles Lowe have conducted such a brutal interrogation of Brandon Teena? Would he have dared to refer to him as a dyke to another public official? Would he have done nothing to arrest the men who threatened to kill him if there had been a federal law in 1993 that specifically protected transgender people like Teena? More recently, rookie law officers in Nebraska have had to view and discuss the documentary The Brandon Teena Story as a part of their training, which also includes instructions in dealing with sexual assault on gays as well as straight victims. Today, there are mechanisms in place in Richardson County, Nebraska, to assure that someone like Brandon Teena would be put in a safe house if he complained that his life was being threatened. He'd even be given a cell phone that had a direct line to the sheriff's office. Randy Hauser, a man who was elected sheriff of Richardson County the same year the federal hate crime bill was passed, arranged for his sheriff's department, as well as the local police and a neighboring sheriff, to attend LGBT sensitivity training sessions given by the Nebraska PFLAG. Hauser recalled that one of his deputies asked him, what is the definition of a transgender person? A transgender person is whatever he or she says they are, the Richardson County sheriff told him. Bro. Obviously, I'm all for, respecting the trans and protecting them in law and all of this stuff. But what the fuck is that? That is not a definition. And this is 2009, right? When this was passed? Just think about it for a second. So they passed this hate crime law that was, to protect people based on sexual orientation and gender identity. Great. That's good. Amazing. And then, according to these people who work in law enforcement, quote, a transgender person is whatever he or she says they are. Then, literally anybody who gets attacked can just be like, yeah, I'm a trans because I say I am. And then the person who, assaulted them or whatever should be, prosecuted for a hate crime. Also, again, okay. Obviously, I don't want the transes to get attacked. Nobody should be assaulted. I'm against all forms of violence against people for the way they look or act or whatever. Okay. But especially now, this wasn't this way in 2009, right? But that was the year that I found trans stuff. It's so fucking recent. I can't even believe it. Anyway, with the Maya Forstater case, she misgendered this guy who just looked like an actual fucking guy. So she had no reason to look at him and be like, oh, maybe this person has a gender identity I need to respect, right? Imagine if somebody, what's the name of that one? It's a kind of Italian name. It's literally a dude, a balding dude who's always pictured in a suit. It's Daniela something. And they're like, I'm a trans woman. I don't need to look like a woman. It's literally a dude. You remember what I'm talking about? Imagine if one of these people walking down the street who is indistinguishable from a cis man gets attacked. Can they then claim that they were attacked because of their gender identity? Yeah, Daniel Moscato. That's the one. Thank you. Right? I'm just thinking about it. It's just... But I'm sure in 2009, right, there wasn't tons of non-binary and genderqueer people and people being I'm trans but I don't need to pass kind of thing, right? So they weren't think it wasn't, whatever. Okay, anyway. Let us finish the chapter. In 2009, Frank Kemney, who'd often used the phrase the homosexual American citizen to remind the government of its neglected responsibilities, was invited to the White House to witness the signing of the Matthew Shepard and James Byrd Jr. Hate Crimes Prevention Act. For this occasion, he traded his now usual polo shirt and slacks for a dark suit and tie like he used to wear on his picket lines, back when they were trying to make the homophiles look respectable. President Obama told those present that the new law was a step forward in a journey to a more perfect union, Kemney remarked. It's a start in a long list of things to come from President Obama. It's just the start. It was. Oh, that's the end of the chapter. Guys, should we read another chapter? This is chapter 30, and there's only 33 chapters. Should I do a marathon and just try to finish the book before the light goes out? I mean, it's only 7. The sun sets at like 9:30. Okay, I'm going to read the next chapter, guys. You ready? Oh, okay. Bye, Alex. Thank you for the well wishes. Have a nice night. Okay. A 40-year war, the struggle for workplace protection. Is this again going to be about people in the military? I'm all for people being like protected based on their sex-based, whatever, but kind of sick about reading about the military, to be honest with you. I'm very eager to finish this book because I honestly I hope the Americans like figure their shit out, but it's like so American centric. It's kind of driving me insane. Okay. Few American people thought we'd come this far this fast. Bro. America is like so fucking slow on the uptake with the gay rights. Congressman Barney Frank and Congresswoman Tammy Baldwin agreed on almost every issue that came before the House of Representatives, though they were an odd couple. Barney Frank had come to Congress from Boston in 1980. A caustic wit about Ronald Reagan's propensity to fall asleep at cabinet meetings, for instance, he quipped in 1984. I don't begrudge him an occasional nap. You must understand it's not the dozing off of Ronald Reagan that causes us problems. It's when he does in those moments when he's awake. End quote. Frank became known as Congress's wise man, wise guy. He was a familiar figure on the national news, dressed almost always in a rumpled suit and lopsidedly knotted tie, chewing a cigar, holding forth brilliantly, though in mumbles and in breakneck speed. In 1986, after learning he'd soon to be outed by a former congressman, tell-all memoir, and preferring to tell his own story, he came out. Oh my god, I literally forgot that Barney Frank was a gay. In like the last chapter when they kept mentioning him, I was like, oh yeah, he's a Democrat. I know who he is. I fucking forgot he was gay. LOL. First to his colleagues, then to the country. He'd worked for gay rights, even while in the closet, but once out, he redoubled his efforts. When was this? 1986? That's pretty early for the US. Tammy Baldwin, a soft-spoken, well-groomed Midwesterner with a big, pleasant smile, was a whole generation younger than Frank. In her public life, she'd never known the closet. In 1986, when she was 24 years old and still in law school at the University of Wisconsin, she won a county board of supervisors race. Then she got elected to the state assembly 3 times. In 1998, she won a seat in the U.S. House. Ron Greer, an evangelical minister who'd run for the same seat, was endorsed by James Dobson of Focus on the Family. Shocking. Greer had sent out fundraising letters that not only attacked Baldwin's stands on affirmative action, welfare, partial birth abortions, and taxes, but also implored voters not to send a left-wing lesbian to Congress. A lesbian in Congress. What's she gonna do? Wear practical shoes? Voters in Wisconsin's 2nd Congressional District, which included students and professors from the University of Wisconsin, ignored his warnings with zeal. In some parts of the district, the turnout for Baldwin was so huge the polling places ran out of ballots. This happened too in Michigan. I mean, not exactly this, but in Michigan in the 70s. Because she was elected, this lesbian in Michigan was elected to like city council, I think, before, oh my god, my brain. The San Francisco gay dude, Harvey Milk, before Harvey Milk. And like, she didn't run on the fact that she was a lesbian, just like this Baldwin person. But her positions were like so. The community agreed so much with her, like campaign and her positions and policy that they like came out to vote for her en masse, and she won by a landslide. And the fact that she was a lesbian was like completely irrelevant. And I'm like, I'm down with this. Lesbians just being good politicians. Go for it, you know. Don't worry, Ghost. After this, I'm going to very strongly avoid US-centric books. I know who Lillian Faderman is. She's like a gay historian, so I was like, I need to read this book. Also because it's like an overview. I really wish I could find a book like this. If anybody knows of a book that's like a history of gay rights in Canada, would fucking love to read it because I can't find that book if it exists. Okay. In 2007, the Democrats, finally holding the majority in Congress after 12 years of Republican rule, Barney Frank and Tammy Baldwin thought it was time to reintroduce the Employment Non-Discrimination Act, legislation that would protect lesbians and gays in the workplace. But their generational differences made them see the issue differently. Federal bills to protect gays and lesbians had a long and frustrating history by then. In 1974, New York's battling Bella Abzug had teamed up with her closeted gay colleague Ed Koch to propose an omnibus Gay and Lesbian Equality Act to the 1930 Congress. To the 93rd Congress. It went nowhere. 20 years later, after the devastating passage of Don't Ask, Don't Tell, the National Gay and Lesbian Task Force and the Human Rights Campaign lobbied Senator Ted Kennedy and gay Congressman Gary Studs to do something for gays and lesbians. Studs and Kennedy authored a bicameral Employment Non-Discrimination Act, ENDA. Judging from polls, the time actually seemed ripe for such a bill. In 1994, only 27% of the Americans told pollsters they favored gay marriage, and only 46% said homosexuality should be accepted. But 77% said they favor equal rights in employment for homosexuals. Even Republican Mitt Romney, running in 1994 for a seat in the U.S. Senate, thought it safe to pledge to the gay and lesbian log cabin Republicans that if elected, he'd co-sponsor ENDA. In the House, the subcommittee on the Constitution squelched the bill immediately. In the Senate, Ted Kennedy introduced it with eloquence. It wasn't about granting special rights, he said, but about righting senseless wrongs. He told stories about gays and lesbians who'd suffered in the workplace, a waitress who'd worked for years at Cracker Barrel restaurant in Tennessee, but who was fired when her manager found out she was a lesbian. A postal worker in Ohio who'd been beaten unconscious by his coworkers because he was gay. When the postal worker brought his case to court, it was rejected, Senator Kennedy said, because discrimination based on sexual orientation is not covered under federal law. See what I mean with like this is before, never mind. The Senate referred the ENDA bill to the Labor and Human Relations Committee, where it died. Shocking. Senator Kennedy introduced the bill again in 1996. This time it made it to the Senate floor. On the same day, the senators were to vote on the Defense of Marriage Act. The Human Rights Campaign, hoping to outmaneuver the homophobes, convinced Kennedy to present it as an amendment to DOMA. Senate Majority Leader Trent Lott blocked the move, declaring the ENDA, quote, would amount to the federal government endorsing the homosexual lifestyle, end quote. How does that make any sense? It's not like they're saying if you want to be employed, you have to be a gay. They're just saying if you are unemployed and you are a gay, that they can't fire you for being gay. Okay, Claire. The Defense of Marriage resolution passed 85-14 and sent a brutal message to gays and lesbians about the disesteem in which they elected officials held them. Had some senators had pangs of conscience about the harshness of the message? Whatever the reason, the Employment Non-Discrimination Act almost squeaked through. The vote was 49-50. Senator David Pryor, a Democrat from Arkansas, had been expected to vote in favor of the bill, but he was absent that day because his son was having cancer surgery. Had there been a tie, Vice President Al Gore, as president of the Senate, would have voted in favor of the ENDA. Senator Kennedy was actually astonished that his bill had done as well as it had. Quote, few American people thought we could come this far this fast, end quote. He marveled at the press. Surely the next time he introduced ENDA, it would pass. Kennedy presented the bill again in 2001. It was placed on the Senate's legislative calendar but never came up for a vote. He introduced it again in 2003. It died in the Senate Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions. Oh my fucking god. Guys, are you ready for this subtitle? What if some male pervert wants to bring his dick into the women's shower and says, I just decided I'm transgender? Well, prepare yourself for many opinions on me in this section, I assume. Frank Kemney, or no, different Frank. Barney Frank had witnessed it all. Knowing the hard time ENDA had had getting traction, he was nervous. He'd been proud to be the first person to talk about transgender people before the House, when he argued for their inclusion in the hate crimes bill. But that didn't demand of his colleagues so great a leap in understanding as the idea that people who expressed their gender in ways that didn't match their biological sex deserved protections in the workplace. He worried that Congress members were as ignorant about transgender people as most of America. Nevertheless, in April 2007, he introduced H.R. 2015, a workplace protections bill that included gender identity. He could get only a handful of co-sponsors. His worries were confirmed when the bill fizzled in subcommittee hearings on September 5, 2007. Hasn't there been... I don't know if this is just in Canada, because I've talked to constitutional lawyers, Canadian constitutional lawyers, who are like, the fact that they use the word gender as protected class already protects transgender people, because they can just say like that's their expression of gender, and that they're being discriminated upon for being like a male who's feminine or a woman who's masculine. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just saying legally they already had something they could use if they just used it in the right way. This book was published in 2012, I think. The transgender issue was too new, Frank said. Hardly anyone had spoken of transgender before the 1990s. Transgender people used to be lumped together with homosexuals or hidden in gay and lesbian. I don't know if I would categorize it in that way. I mean, weren't they basically entirely gays and lesbians who were just like uber butch or uber femme, right? Wasn't that the way that the LGBT community like conceptualized and accepted them, right? Congress needed more time to be educated, he insisted. He infuriated the organized transgender community by telling them that they needed to work harder at lobbying, that they seemed to think that the lesbian and gay movement was a train, and they were a car on that train waiting to be pulled along by the lesbian and gay engine. LOL. Fucking relevant, guys. Frank was certain that the ENDA had to be done in increments. First, get the Congress to vote on employment protections for gays and lesbians. Then, after transgender people did their job, lobbies told their stories, educated the legislatures so that trans wouldn't seem weird to them, go back and ask Congress to vote for protections for them too. This kind of makes sense in terms of what we see throughout the entire book, that even if the average person, like American person, would agree with the bill, it's not till like years later that the people who work in Congress actually like, it needs to be like in the social consciousness of the country for years before Congress gets on board with it. So that does make sense to me why he's like, you need to lobby to get people to agree with you for a while before the Congress will agree with you. And I think it's pretty fucking hilarious that he's like, you guys have like hitched your car onto the LGBT train or whatever. Like literally, yeah. Okay. Congresswoman Baldwin, young enough that the relatively new term LGBT could roll easily off her tongue, disagreed. The movement had built up such strong support for the ENDA that even if gender identity were attached to the bill, it would pass. But if it's not attached, she argued, it'll take decades before a bill that protects the rights of transgender people can make it through Congress on its own. Shit. What it really boils down to, she told Barney Frank, is, do we have the votes for a trans-inclusive bill? Oh, that lovely word, trans-inclusive. She was convinced they had. Maybe colleagues would agonize over it, but in the end, most Democrats and even a few Republicans would do the right thing. Florida Republican Congresswoman Elena Ross Lehtinen, for instance, had a transgender son. Shocking. they'd win with a few votes to spare. I mean, that also makes sense to me, because if all the Democrats are like, we need to protect the gays, and they slip in the word gender identity, they're going to vote on it to protect the gays, right? It's basically what's happening now with all the conversion therapy bills, like in Australia and Canada, right? That like people view it as like, oh, you can't convert the gays. We understand that. And they slip the word gender identity in, and they're like, yeah, whatever, we're protecting the gays and the transes. Frank didn't believe it. We'll never get the votes, he argued, because they'll think about people who haven't had a physical change, and at work there are communal showers, they'll think. What if some male pervert wants to bring his dick into the women's showers and says, well, I just decided I'm transgender? I mean, yes. However, this is on the presumption that there's self-ID in the US, like federally, which there is not, right? I mean, somebody correct me. At least not in 2009. Or 2007, I mean. Like, for sure. Anyway, whatever. He introduced a sexual orientation only ENDA on September 27, 2007. Joe Solmonese, president of the Human Rights Campaign, the largest lesbian and gay lobbying group and a Politico since his college days in the 80s, applauded his approach. Transgender people must not be abandoned, but lawmakers had to be educated, and that takes time. Progress would have to be incremental. But, as Frank was stunned to discover, all the other big gay and lesbian rights groups were furious that he wanted to drop the T. Oh my fucking god, they used the term drop the T. I'm fucking dying. Hey, K9. Rachel is so on top of it. Somebody was like, Ghost said, why can't they see the concept of gender identity is inherently homophobic and sexist? And then Rachel said, because men who think they're women coerce those around them. Fucking A. Like, oh, thank you. My roommate gave me a haircut like 20 minutes before I came on the stream. Because I met up with this lesbian in Calgary 2 days ago when I was there giving my speech. Again, go look up my speech. It's hashtag AB Women Speak, Alberta Women Speak. This is like the name of the video. Anyway, I met this lesbian there. She had a mullet, and I wanted to get a mullet for like months, but then all the hairdressers were closed. So today I tried to find a hairdresser, but they were all still closed because Ontario was like a fucking disaster. And then I was like, roommate, would you like to cut my hair? And she was like, yes, I will cut your hair. So now I have a mullet. That's the story of my hair. Anyway, so back to what Rachel was saying. She was like, because men who think they're women coerce those around them. Fucking A, man. Like, if you look at the legal progress of trans rights and trans lobby groups, right, you will see that a huge amount of the footwork is done by lesbians. And I think it's like for a few reasons. First of all, like, they're predisposed to feel sympathetic for people who are gender nonconforming, right? And like originally the transes were like almost entirely super gender nonconforming people. They weren't like now where you have like all these like AGPs who are like very gender conforming. And I think another part of it is like female socialization, that a lot of women feel that it's like their responsibility to take care of other people who can't take care of themselves or something like that. I don't know, just if you look at the history of lesbians, like a lot of what they've done is like really for other people and not themselves. Anyway, yeah. So just if you look at the history of like trans rights and trans lobby groups and stuff, you'll find a lot of lesbians doing the footwork. There's a lot of reasons for that, and one of them is that men who identify as women are very good at coercing women. Like the cotton stealing thing is just like the physical manifestation of what they've been doing for like a long time. Anyway, okay, I'm gonna keep reading. I'll just reread the phrase because I was like, wow, I can't believe this phrase is in here. But Frank was stunned to discover all the other big gay and lesbian rights groups were furious that he wanted to, quote, drop the T, end quote. This is 2007? Bro, that's pretty early on for the capture. But I guess there was that, what was it called? Some transgender, I don't know. They mentioned some kind of transgender task force or something that was started in 2003 that was like making inroads with with the LGBT stuff. Yeah. And like, I mean, queer theory was really like in vogue in the 90s, right? So I guess like 10 years after 2007 for it to be like fully accepted is not that long. Okay. Organizations such as the National Gay and Lesbian Task Force later changed to the National LGBTQ Task Force, shocking. And the ACLU's Lesbian and Gay Rights Project later changed to the ACLU's LGBT Rights Project, even more shocking. Knew that trans people were the ones who suffered the most from job insecurity because of who they were. I don't know what I think of that. I mean, it's definitely true that a lot of trans people suffer from job insecurity because they're like gender non-conforming and stuff. Like, it's definitely true. That's why you have so many trans people who are doing like sex work, right? But I'm not sure how it compares to gay people. Like, literally, it said earlier in the book like that the people reporting hate crimes went up after like the gay hate crimes bill was actually passed. I wonder if there's something like that with the gay population. Like, the gay people expect to be discriminated against based on like in job employment because they're gay, so they don't report it as much the same way as the trans people. I don't know, just like as long as I've been aware of trans people and like the concept of trans and like trans politics, it always seems like trans people are like way more vocal about their struggles and like they feel, because I think it's because they're trans, because they used to live as cis and then they became trans, that they were like, oh, things are so different now. So they like are very, very vocal about their struggles. And gay people are kind of like, well, my struggles are to be expected, so they're not as vocal about it in a way. Do you know what I mean? I mean, I don't know if I'm just like completely misunderstanding, but I just feel like I'm not 100% sure about this. Trans people are like the worst off when it comes to like, you know, I know so many butch like this haircut, for example. I literally kept my hair long for job interviews, and I live in the fucking progressive Ontario, Canada, you know? Like, I know so many butches who, like, now in like 2020, 2021, have like trouble getting jobs because they're like butch. So I'm just saying, like, I think they expect it. They're not going to go reporting it to like an employment agency or something, right? I don't know. Anyway, anybody else want to like weigh in on what I've said? If I'm insane or I'm out of touch or something, let me know. Okay. And anyway, as James Pitzer of Lambda Legal pointed out, gender representation was a continuum. Okay. Under a transgender exclusive ENDA, butch lesbians and effeminate gay men might also be fired with impunity. Literally, no. What the fuck? If they're fired because they look gay by being butch or they look gay by being feminine, that literally falls under the fucking purview of a hate crimes bill that has to do, or I mean, an employment discrimination bill that has to do with sexuality. Like, this is literally what I was saying before. You don't even need to put gender identity in the shit. Because when people discriminate against trans people, it's because when they view them, their instant recognition is like, oh, this is a gay, right? Okay, people have agreed with me, so I guess I'm not insane. Okay. Quote, you go forward on a bill based on the reality of the situation, end quote, Frank tried to explain to the disgruntled LGBT groups. Reality always boiled down to, are the votes there? The groups weren't having it. Shocking that people who have bought into queer theory don't want to face up to reality. Who could have seen that coming? Although I guess now in 2020 or 2021, they've like bent reality to their will. So they were just pushing for something that would eventually happen. The groups weren't having it. Matt Foreman, executive director of the National Gay and Lesbian Task Force, declared, quote, we are one community and we demand protections for all of us and nothing else will suffice, end quote. That's interesting because wasn't it, so there was a phrase a few chapters earlier that said something about like when she was introducing the LGB turning to LGBTQ, where it seemed like she was inferring that the whole community was in lockstep about something. And now this dude, again, an executive from an LGBT organization, you know, so part of like Gay Inc., the like it's very clear at this point that the gay ink people, so the people who are like trying to get shit done like in official ways, like legal ways and campaigning and this kind of thing, because this entire book up until now has positioned like the streets and the suits, or like the radicals and the gay ink. And it's clear at this point in the book that, like, just by the changing of the names from the National Gay and Lesbian Task Force to the National LGBTQ Task Force, right? That the two groups, the streets and the suits, have like coalesced into one group. And even more than that, maybe it's because they coalesced into one group that they're saying everybody's in lockstep, everybody agrees we are one community. And I'm like, I don't think that's true, because throughout the entire fucking book, literally one of the things that Lillian or Faderman said is like, yeah, there was disagreement. Like the lesbians were like, yeah, we feel like used by the gay men and like they're not listening to us. And then you'll have a few lesbians saying, no, we don't think that. Or you know what I mean? Like throughout the entire book, there's been like just so much disagreement, and now they're saying like, no, we're all in agreement, and there's nobody to be like, no, we're not in agreement. Yeah, I actually know a lesbian who was fired from her job at Roots, which is just like, it's like a Canadian apparel store. They make clothes for like the Olympics and stuff. I don't know how to describe it. Lots of flannel and wool sweaters and stuff. Kind of high end. It's nice. I love Roots. Lesbians wear Roots. But she got fired from a Roots store in like 2000 and not sure when, but I think between 2012 2015ish. She got fired from a Roots store because she wouldn't wear makeup. Like her manager kept coming up to her and explaining to her that she needs to look like presentable and be a team player and blah 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 blah. And she's not even butch. She's like a sporty lesbian or something. Like, you know what I mean? Like she could pass as straight, right? And she wouldn't wear makeup, and she got fired from her job for not wearing makeup. It's like, again, my point is that they're like, the transes face the most discrimination based on jobs. And I'm like, I can literally think of like many lesbians who have faced job discrimination that I know personally, which is not even like a huge number. And a lot of them weren't even like super butch. They just were like, I'm not going to buy into gender roles. Radfems definitely talk about how enforced femininity is a huge part of female oppression. Radfems are intrinsically very, very critical of gender roles, and enforced femininity is like the basis of female gender roles. Like if you talk to somebody who's like a militant radfem, they're completely against like the makeup industry, like styling hair and nails, like all of these things that take absurd amounts of time and energy and money. Oh my god, the amount of money women spend on this. That are like to make women normal, like on the same level playing field as a dude who just throws on a shirt and leaves the house. Yeah, radical feminism is very, very critical of this. Oh my god. Okay, yes. Bro, I totally agree. Ghost, are you a female? Because yes, so Ghost is saying on Over It and Spinster, you'll get dogpiled for criticizing femininity. Because you know what's happening? Okay, bro. Put my book down for a second. Because you know what's happening? Like, radical feminism has now become an identity by all these people who are like, I'm anti-identity politics. They will like get called to TERF one time, and then they'll look up like, oh, what's TERF? What's radical feminism? And they'll be like, oh, I agree that a female is a female and a male is a male. And I agree that sex work is exploitation. And they'll be like, okay, so I'm a radfem, and that's it. And I know so many people like this even in real life. They're like, that's it. I'm a radfem. And then they will like call themselves radfems and present themselves as like arbiters of what radical feminism is, even though they have like, I'm not saying you need to read like 100 books to be a radfem, but you should be like aware of the theory, right? Aware of the like radical feminism is absolutist in its like positions, and you can't just like pick a few and leave the others. Like, that's not how it works. Then you're just identifying into something that you don't actually qualify as, which is like, isn't that why they're so critical of everything else? Like, radical feminism is a practice, is an action, is a lifestyle. It's not just like a thing that it's like, oh yeah, sometimes I think about this. Like, I don't know. I have like very strong feelings about this. Like, when I first joined radical feminist Tumblr in like 2014, I think, there was so many like legit radfems who were like, they could talk to you about like a whole myriad of topics that had nothing to do with each other. Well, I mean, obviously they all are connected to each other, but I mean, like, somebody who's just like critical of like the sexual exploitation industry would also be able to speak to you about like surrogacy or something, or like why radical feminists are critical of marriage. Now you go on these things, it's like literally everybody is just gender critical with a smattering of like sexual exploitation is bad, and they're like, yep, I'm a rad femme, and it's like, bro, no. Even straight women can get fired for not wearing makeup. Yeah, for sure, man. I mean, look at countries like Japan. Isn't there like jobs where you have to wear high heels and that's like enforced, and you can't take your employer to court for that? People leaving the trans cult still have a culty mindset and just substitute new things to treat in the same way, in the same culty way. They self-ID as rad femmes and then they say you're gatekeeping defending makeup. Dude, literally 1,000% yes. Rachel agrees. I agree. We all agree. It used to be like, it's very interesting. Like, Brooke could talk about this all day. It's very interesting. When there was like a higher saturation of like radical feminists who like took on radical feminism as a praxis, then there was like when the ratio was higher of those types of radical feminist women online versus like the radical feminism as an identity women, they would go through their phase of acting culty about it and like replacing their former values and beliefs and behaviors just with like radical feminist stuff, right? They would go through a phase of that, and then over like a period of like a year to 3 years or something, they would kind of grow out of it and like join the other rad femmes in like it's a praxis, not an identity, or they would like move on from radical feminism. They would have got something out of it for a couple of years, calling themselves a rad femme but not really being a rad femme, and then they move on from that and they do whatever else they need to do. But now the ratio is flipped. Now there is way more women who use radical feminism as an identity who are not radical feminists than there are of like radical feminists who like live that practice. And so as more women join, they're not growing out of their culty behavior and mindset because they're just joining a really big group of women who are enforcing that and also behaving that way. It's very fucking interesting to me. Anybody else have anything else to say about that? I guess we've kind of left off in the book for a few minutes here. Ghost says, oh my god, the gatekeeping thing is so infuriating, and being called a purist or even a misogynist for committing to rad femme ideas is so ugh. Yeah, like I was gonna say that, like I'm not going to judge you as a person if you call yourself a radical feminist and you wear makeup. But like, how are you supposed to have any political like consistency or any political principles if you don't commit to them, right? So like if I say I'm a radical feminist and I'm against BDSM, and somebody says, oh, I'm a radical feminist and I support BDSM, then like I have a right to like judge, do I agree with this? Do I not agree with this? Do I agree with this person? Like I have a right to like make judgments based on what this person's saying. And that doesn't make me a misogynist. That makes me a person who like has principles and like has committed to like certain values, right? And then people are just like, you're a misogynist. And I'm like, can you take 3 seconds to actually like think about what the fuck is going on here and have some nuance? Same thing with makeup. I think that's the most common thing that's like that people get called, that rad femmes are getting called misogynist for saying other women like don't wear makeup, or if you do wear makeup, like that's not a radical feminist act. And it just pisses me off so much because it shows how superficial their analysis of gender is, right? I'm not saying the moment you pick up Andrea Dorkin, you must immediately like stop shaving your legs and like waxing your eyebrows or whatever. But I'm just saying, like, I know people who like for years have been like armchair activist rad femmes online. Rad femmes. But if you like meet them in person and talk to them in person, it's like everything is about their husband or their boyfriend or whatever, and they're like painting their face and like waxing their legs and like wearing heels, and it's like, so radical feminism is entirely theoretical to you and has no impact on the way you live your life. Like, then you're not really being a radical feminist, right? Okay. So many thoughts now. This is amazing. There is nothing wrong with gatekeeping. I don't know why it's a dirty word. It's a dirty word because queer theory is about escaping boundaries or eroding any type of hard lines in any theoretical sense, right? And so these people who leave queer theory and liberal feminism and come to radical feminism, just like we were saying before, they continue to do their culty stuff. They also like keep this idea of like gatekeeping is bad and like just regurgitate it in like a new form because they're still practicing identity politics. Someone's Anung Ikwe says, I think you mean the personal is political. I totally mean the personal is political. Like, if not, then what the fuck are you doing? Like, just don't call yourself a radical feminist. We need more gatekeeping and radical feminism, frankly. Yes. There was this amazing article that I read. Fuck, I'm not going to be able to find it. Okay, I don't know. But I read this amazing article on the Women's Liberation Radio News. The website is WLRN.org. Nope. It is not. Whatever. I read this amazing article that like outlined like the principles of radical feminism and talking about how it's being like diluted. It was an amazing article. I'll find it at some point. Maybe I'll link it under this. I think it's on my Tumblr somewhere. I'll find it and I'll put it in the description later. But it was really good because it also mentioned some stuff that's very rarely mentioned. Like I think, like these days at least, like it mentioned being critical of gender. I mean, critical of marriage and being critical of patriarchal religion, that we're like absolutist in these positions. And then a bunch of people were arguing about it, obviously. Anyway. Someone says radical feminism and those online trying to represent radical feminism are two different things. Very agreed. Then Rachel says, I don't think you can identify as a rad fem. It's a lens through which to view feminist action. Agree. Somebody says, is wearing makeup a bad thing in the rad fem community, or am I misunderstanding something? So this is my basic explanation. Radical feminism views gender, and by gender I mean the behaviors that are expected of you based on your sex, the behaviors that you are socialized into based on your sex, which include performing femininity, as harmful. So one of the things that's inherent in like femininity, the gender role expected of females, is wearing makeup, doing your hair, waxing your body, shaving your body, keeping a low weight so that you're skinny. All of these things are like an inherent part of femininity these days. And radical feminism argues that like you need to spend like, you know, an hour every day doing your hair, doing your makeup, shaving your legs, picking out your clothes, spending so much money on makeup and clothes and hair products and going to the spa to get your eyebrows, whatever, right? You need to spend so much time, money on that just to be seen as like just as professional or just as presentable as a man who rolls out of bed and puts on a fucking t-shirt and walks out of the house, okay? And that's like sexism. That's like a part of radical feminist belief. And they also view it as inherently exploitative, that women have to waste so much time and money on this thing, and that they're being like indoctrinated by like media from a very young age. Like, oh, is your skin not completely clear? You're ugly. And, or, you know, whatever, like just look at makeup ads, right? That you need to look as young as possible forever, that your skin needs to be super clear all the time, that you need to have, you know, accentuate your eyes and minimize your whatever. Like all of these things are like indoctrinated into women from a very young age. And then we're also taught that our self-worth as people is dependent on how society perceives us. Like if they perceive us as like fuckable or hot, right? As attractive. And so that combined with the makeup industry and every other part of beauty industry, like nails, Radical feminism is inherently critical of it because it's a huge part of gender roles and it's a harmful part of gender roles. Also, if you look at femininity, like for example, long acrylic nails, and high heels, and tight corsets and bras and stuff, they physically inhibit a woman's movement so that she cannot move as freely in the world as a man can. And why is that? So she can look normal, so she can look presentable, so she can look professional. Is that like a good thing that we want for women? For women to be like physically inhibited from movement so that they can look a certain way because they're conditioned that if they don't look this way, that they inherently have less value in society. Anyway, that's my basic explanation of why radical feminism is inherently critical of femininity and therefore makeup. Yeah. Oh, and also, okay, so one of the two of the most basic arguments that a lot of women bring up against this, trying to they're like, I'm a radical feminism, and then they bring these up, which proving that they're choice feminists in certain aspects, is one, I do makeup for myself. Do you do it for yourself? Because there's so many fucking women who, since COVID has happened and they're stuck at home in lockdown, have been oh, I stopped doing makeup and I realized I don't need to do makeup every day. I'm saving so much money and so much time by not doing makeup. So then were you doing it for yourself? If you were going to stay at home all day and not go out, would you still wear makeup? And if the answer is yes, why is that? Is it because when you look at yourself in the mirror without makeup on as a natural person, you think that you look ugly and less valuable, that you have low self-esteem without being able to paint yourself as something that you are aspiring to because the media has planted that image in your mind, right? Oh, and the other argument that people often bring up is that they're doing it as a form of art. And TBH, I have seen some super fucking rad makeup, not just cool eyes, ones where they have a perspective shift or something, or I don't know, man, that it literally looks like a piece of art. You were how did they put that on a face? That's really cool and stuff. But is that what you're doing on a day-to-day when you're leaving the house and you think oh no, if people see me without makeup, they're gonna think I'm ugly? No, right? Yeah, anyway, so that's my basic explanation. Anybody has anything to add to that? Fucking put it in the comments. Oh, the comments popped out. I was so confused for a second there. Someone says we need less gatekeeping in radical feminism, and we need to create new ways of communicating with each other that balances power equally. Okay, I don't know what the power is that you're talking about, but I don't think we need less gatekeeping in feminism. I think it's okay to say that I align with some radical feminist beliefs, or just call yourself a feminist and don't call yourself radical feminism, right? Or just say I'm a feminist who believes in Marxist praxis or something. There's a lot of things you can why is it so important for you to be able to call yourself a radical feminist if you know that a lot of your ideals and praxis don't match up with radical feminism? That's kind of like saying I'm a Christian but I don't believe in Jesus. It's then you're probably isn't there one form of Christian Seventh Day Advent? Whatever, I don't know. But you know what I mean? It's then why are you calling yourself a Christian if you don't believe in Jesus? Then call yourself Jewish or whatever the fuck. I mean, you know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. Oh, Ghost says gender critical is actually just trans critical. They have no problem with gender when it comes to cis people, for lack of a better term. Totally fucking agree. It's very evident when you see a lot of gender critical or self-proclaimed gender critical people flipping out because their daughter got a buzz cut or something. It's why is that concerning to you? Because you think it's the precursor to them coming out as trans, which is concerning to you, or because gender nonconformity is upsetting to you? So are you actually critical of gender, or you're just critical of transgender ideology, right? Or the other thing that when the detransitioner comes out, the GCs online will be all oh, when are you gonna grow out your hair? And whatever, start wearing makeup and dresses. And it's shut the fuck up. And there's like actually a growing number of detrans people who think that way. I've talked to some detrans people who are like, what's the point of detransitioning if you don't want to present femininely so people think you're a female? And it's like, that's very genderist of you. Radical feminism was about using Marxism as a tool to analyze sex as a social caste and applying all current radical thought to the condition of women as sex class. Back in the 80s, it had nothing to do with wearing makeup up until white middle class voices started being centered. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to be like, shame on you for doing makeup, but also it's like, don't claim that that's like a feminist act or something, or that, you know, that you're like fulfilling the patriarchal status quo. Like, whenever you're doing something the patriarchy expects of you, whatever your rationale is for it, that's not radical and that's not feminist. Literally. It's like that simple, at least in my mind. Like, whenever you see somebody doing something and they claim that this is a feminist act, step back for a second, forget why they're saying they're doing it. Think, what is it that they're doing? Is this what patriarchy wants from them and expects from them? Then if yes, then it's probably not a radical feminist act. It's that simple. I can tell you one thing: in the Women of Color tent at Mishfest, nobody wasted a second talking about makeup. That's some bougie first world stuff. I mean, honestly, I have never seen radical feminists bring up makeup unless it's because choice feminists who call themselves rad femmes are like ranting about how their makeup is so amazing. Like, they only ever bring it up to be like, just so you know, that doesn't make any sense based on like radical feminist praxis. And like, that is some bougie first world stuff. However, if you look at what's happening in South Korea with the plastic surgery industry and the amount of girls, like teenagers who are getting plastic surgery because of like beauty ideals that are presented to them. Like I've seen videos of people like taping their ears, like taping their cheeks back behind their ears, taping their ears back, taping their eyelids more open, like all this stuff, and then eventually getting plastic surgery because that's the ideal that's presented to them. Like, just because it's a first world thing, I don't think really means that it's like pointless or not important, because like as everything with radical feminism, it's all connected, right? Like, it's not like just some weird thing that happens on its own in a vacuum. It's all connected to female socialization. And so in that way, I think it's important. Also, like, I think another thing that's really important, like, so for me as like a desister or a re-identified woman or whatever, radical feminism was like instrumental in me, and like for me is deconstructing gender roles, gender expectations, like what sex really is and how it's not connected to masculinity or femininity. But like, so I think a really important part of how women like internalize radical feminism and then bring it into their lives and like study it further is that they see how it connects to their life. They stop and they sit back and they think, oh, this thing I just learned about, that makes sense to me because every day in my life I do this thing, and I like, this is the reason why. That makes a lot of sense. Like, you know, like, they have to be able to like connect it to their life in some way. And so when you have a lot of these younger women who, you know, like 12-year-olds are wearing makeup now, who are like 15, who are discovering radical feminism, they've been wearing makeup for like 2 years or something, they can be like, oh, like, I wonder why I felt the need to wear makeup when I was so young. My skin was still flawless, I was still pretty, but I was like trying to aspire to this like media fed ideal, which is impossible to aspire to. That they can like input radical feminist analysis into their life and for it to make sense to them on like a personal level. I think that's important. Yeah. Also, the makeup industry, like, alone, never mind like plastic surgery and like women's clothes, which is like made cheap and uncomfortable so that you have to like, so it gets destroyed quickly, so you have to buy more. Like, other than all this other like femininity industry stuff, just makeup alone is like a super billions dollars industry, and all the people who are making a lot of money off of it are men. And for that reason alone, if you're applying a Marxist praxis to like feminism, for that reason alone, you should be like, fuck makeup. I'm just saying. Anyway. Okay. Claire says, but these women are not aware of their conditioning, so they confuse meeting conformist standards with their own desires. Agree. Sorry, I'm getting Slack notifications. Gatekeeping is important. Words have meanings, and diluting it makes things nonsense. Very much fucking agree. We are the words have meaning party anyway, aren't we? Okay. Anung says, who will be doing this gatekeeping? What will happen to those who fail to meet the standard? Honestly, nothing will happen to you. But what the result is that radical feminism is like real watered down. So you can go to a radical feminist meeting. This has happened to me. And all the women are straight, white, heterosexual married women who are very financially well off, who will make a comment about your appearance because you have a shaved head and are not wearing makeup and are not skinny, right? Who, when you present a class-based analysis of gender nonconformity, for example, which maybe is contrary to their like frankly transphobic views, they can't process what you're saying because they have no radical feminist analysis. They're just like, trans sucks. That's their analysis. Like and what that does on like a very like fundamental organizational level is that when you have these groups that are like dilute radical feminism more and more and more, when you have actual radical feminists who come and try and join these groups and see that the people here are not radical feminists, they have no practice, they're just like against sexual exploitation and gender nonconformity, then actual rad femmes who show up will be like, oh, well, this isn't for me, there's nothing for me, and leave. And I think that like slows down the building and the work of radical feminism on like a very like material level, at least in my opinion, my experience. Oh, someone said the makeup industry exploits impoverished women in the third world. For real, man. I mean, the nail salon industry is highly exploitative. Like, it's basically slavery. And like in a lot of first world countries, like these women who are like brought here and are forced to work for like ridiculously low wages and are like abused, severely abused. Like a huge part of the like femininity or beautification industry in like every aspect is exploitative, and like basically if you're critical of capitalism, you should be critical of it because it's like really fucked up. Someone says, is there anywhere online like Over It Feminists where you can criticize the trans cult but more radical? I'm not aware of it if it exists. I would say that like pockets of Tumblr or Twitter. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like when there was Reddit, there was some subreddits that were much more radical than others, and that would be the place to look. But now I don't know. 18-year-old girls in South Korea getting plastic surgery as a graduation gift. Literally, I knew Korean girls here in Canada who were like, oh yeah, like 15-year-olds, like, oh, I'm going back to Korea this summer and I'm gonna like finally get my nose job for my birthday present or something. Like just the fact that they consume so much Korean media, even like doesn't really matter where they live. They've internalized this like, I'm not beautiful unless I have eyes that are this shape and a chin that's this shape and a nose that's this shape. Oh yeah, that too. Like the maybe makeup hurts your skin. Like I mean, if you look at okay, even currently, if you look at the products that are in a lot of makeup, it's like super fucking toxic shit, right? It's not as bad as like Edwardian women who put like tons of arsenic on their skin and stuff. Like they literally they put belladonna in their eyes so that their pupils would be bigger because it like was more beautiful, and they would like fucking hallucinate because it's like fucking poison. Like if you just look at the history of makeup, it's like very fucked up. It's like women, all of beautification and femininity. It's like women sacrificing their health, their well-being, their happiness, their self-esteem, their physical ability to move about the world for beauty. And it's like, as a radical feminist or a feminist even, do you think beauty is so important that it's worth women sacrificing so much for the sake of beauty? Like, I don't think so. Um Somebody says all forms of female oppression are important. It's okay to start from the smaller issues. Yeah. Oh, mica. Yeah. Like the mica mines in India, I think. It's like this red stone of some kind that they put in. It's like a pigment for makeup, and it's like gotten through basically slavery. You know. Palm oil and shampoo destroying the Amazon. Yep. Radiation girls. Yep. Talc. Asbestos. Yep. People are talking about how skin is like damage. Makeup is damaging to the skin, and then the solution to that is to buy a bunch of skincare products, which also give money to the. It's kind of like gigantic companies who own like pharma and food. Like, who is it that owns Coca-Cola? I think it's this. Whatever. Giant corporations who own, like, for example, a company who owns both Coca-Cola and some drug company is like owning and producing the food and the marketing for the food that gives people diabetes, and then they're also presenting them with the medication to help their diabetes. So they're like creating a situation and then making money off of solving the situation. It's the same thing in makeup, like obviously to a lesser extent, of like women putting tons of crap on their face and destroying their skin, and then having to like spend more money from the same companies to buy other stuff to put on their skin to make it less fucked up. There are many problematic rad femmes from the UK who have a lot of work to do on their racism. They express it freely under the guise of criticizing critical race theory. I totally fucking get what you mean. Because, like, okay, my analysis of critical race theory is my same analysis that I have of queer theory and liberal feminism. So, this is my situation. This is what I have to say. Liberal feminism takes a real, actual issue, sexism and misogyny, right? And then they have like this very surface level, don't do anything about it, just talk about it. Like, you know, like sexual exploitation. Are they actually doing anything to help women who are sexually exploited? No, they're recontextualizing it as this is fun and good for me, right? So they're taking an actual issue and then they're creating this superficial non-solution for it, and they're marketing that. And they're making it look like, oh, we're doing so much. I think critical race theory is literally the exact same thing. You have a real, actual issue, racism, and then you have these activists who are taking a very surface level, superficial, like perspective on it, and not actually doing anything, just kind of talking the talk and doing nothing, and like profiting off of that, becoming like career activists off of that, right? And so to me, it's like, yes, racism is an issue, but I'm critical of critical race theories, like approach and solutions to racism. Just the same way that I believe misogyny and sexism are real, but I'm critical of third wave feminism, which I call anti-feminism's approach and like solutions to the problem. And so I agree with what you're saying. I see a lot of rad femmes, which, like, again, one of the like the basic principles of radical feminism is that you're there for all fucking women of all races, and that your feminism is intersectional in like the literal original sense of like, you know, women who are oppressed based on the fact that their sex is female and their race. Like, they have unique issues that need like a unique solution and unique attention, right? That's like one of the basic principles of radical feminism. But I see a lot of women who call themselves radical feminism or radical feminists, or a lot of GCs who are like, yeah, I'm critical of queer theory. Also, I'm critical of critical race theory because racism is over. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, anyway, I'm just agreeing with you. That was like a long-winded way of agreeing with you. Akung says, on trans issues, radfems of color have the dilemma of choosing to work with white females who refuse to deal with their racism, or alt-right women who don't get feminism yet. Both sides have work to do. I agree. And not to like minimize by equivocating, but like lesbians have had like a similar issue of like, do I work with gay men who are sexist but like care that I'm a homosexual, or do I work with feminists who are homophobic but will work with me on sexist, right? Yeah, I totally understand what you're saying. I have a close friend who's a black rad femme lesbian, and she talks to me about this, like the same thing, that like, you know, she's into radical feminism and lesbian feminism, but she goes into these spaces and it's almost entirely white women, and she feels, you know, isolated and like she's not being listened to. And but she goes to like any kind of women of color thing or a black people thing, I don't even know what to call it, but she goes to something like that and she's like, they're all wildly homophobic and sexist, so like there's no place specifically for her, which is like so fucking sad. Because like, you were talking about the women of color tent at Mishfest, right? Like, I know in the 80s there was like a womanist movement. They even had like women's land that was only for women of color. They had feminist collectives, which is like a house where a bunch of women, usually a house where a bunch of women live together, and they kind of like work as like a democratic group to like get shit done and support each other, like as a family and like in life, but also in activism, that were like literally only for women of color, like only for black women or something. So like there was traction in like this, black women have their own needs as like feminists and black women, right? Or black lesbians have their own needs, both as lesbians and as black women. And there was like something happening. But then, I mean, feminist collectives and women's land kind of like have died off a ton. And then I think a lot of women of color are pulled into liberal feminism because like the intersectionality aspect, which like, as we all know, is bullshit, because it's not actually intersectionality. It's like nonsense, identity politics. But they get pulled into it because they're like, oh, these are the people who respect me for being a woman of color. And then they're preached at that like radical feminism is like for white women. But if you look at some of the like women who did the most work in radical feminism back in the day, they were women of color. Like, and their arguments were directly about how women of color were like disenfranchised for being both women and for being like, you know, women of color. And it's funny in a way, they've kind of created an environment where, I don't know, but even like online, a lot of the radical feminists that I know are women of color. I just think that they're kind of scared out of a lot of radical feminist, or run out of a lot of radical feminist spaces because there are racists there. Oh, like I've had several encounters with like overtly racist, gender critical people, or radical people women who call themselves radical feminists. Like, they're not denying it happens, but it makes it so that these spaces are dominated by white women because they're the only women who are comfortable being there. And so even if there's like a huge amount of women of color who are radical feminists, a lot of the leading women are white women. And I say this as like a white woman in Canada who's like a vocal and visible radical feminist. Anyway, Akang or Anung. I didn't mean to like. I don't know if that was like offensive to you. Or you felt like I was like dismissing what you're. I'm agreeing with you. I'm trying to like I'm agreeing with you. Just trying to like express my opinion, which is basically what I'm doing here. There's a growing Black Radfem movement. Yeah, I know. I've seen it. I think it would be awesome if there was like Black Radfem orgs. I feel like the U.S. is the most likely place for us to see this in the near future, and I really hope that shit gets. And that would be awesome. Indigenous voices, among others. Yep. Anung says lesbian separatists of color felt the need to separate from the separatists. My friend, Amoha Three River, tried to make women of color land work, but sadly she never pulled it off. That sucks. Flabby Lewinsky says Slavic women are forgotten about, lost to a world we feel we can't afford to control. Yeah. The situation for Slavic women, or even a lot of women in post-Soviet countries, is like pretty fucked. Yeah, Anung says intersectionality was actually invented by black communist women in the US in the 1930s. It was hijacked and perverted by academia to mean the opposite of what it was intended. Yeah. Anung says, "You're not offensive at all, Ben. I like you a lot. Thanks." I try. I mean, literally, are there any white rad femmes in the room or listening to this later on who are like, oh no, am I a racist? Am I one of those white women who makes radical feminism uncomfortable or hostile to women of color? Literally, all you need to do is just like listen to what they have to say and like sit with yourself and try to analyze it from like as many angles as possible, even makes you uncomfortable. And just remember what they had to say. And the next time a black woman speaks, a woman of color speaks, just give yourself a minute to like, how am I responding? What am I saying? Like, I feel like the most pervasive, I mean, again, I'm a white person saying this, so, but I feel like the most pervasive racism that I see among radfems is just like an outright dismissal of women of color's concerns about things, or an outright dismissal, or like diminishing the perspectives of women of color. I don't think they realize they're doing it. It's not an excuse. I'm just saying I don't think they realize they're doing it. So I think the biggest thing you can do is to just like take a fucking second and realize like, oh, I just dismissed this person. It's a woman of color. Have I done that to other women of color? Like, what am I doing? Am I doing that a lot? And like, stop yourself, think about it. And that's it. Like, there's no use in self-flagellation or guilting or whatever the fuck. Just ask yourself, what am I doing? Ask yourself, have I done this a lot? And we're going to do this in the future. And just try to like stop your behavior if you think it could be racist. Like, I don't know. That's my opinion. Sophia says, I don't think it's just white women, but yes, a lot of GC women are racist, but so are liberal feminists. Of course. I mean, liberal feminists are wildly racist, but it's because that they think that they're intersectional that I think they have like given themselves the freedom to be more racist. You know what I mean? Because they're so convinced that they can't be racist, that they say all kinds of wildly racist shit, and they're like, but I'm a non-racist, so I can't be racist, you know? I don't know. Oh, yeah. There were radfems or GC feminists trying to argue against the racial aspect of the Atlanta spa shootings. No, it's not. It was only about the women. Why can't it be about both? I'm not one or the other. Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah. I think a women of color platform would be awesome. I mean, I know that maybe the best solution for this is, I know that there are sites where you can create a private form and you need a password to get in, and then you're in the forum. And you don't have to like create the website. You just like start that part of the website. That would be the easiest, most accessible solution for that kind of thing. I don't know a ton about it, but I'm just saying. Akung says exactly, or sorry, Anung says exactly. All you need to do is listen, and don't tell us we're being divisive or we need to check our tone. Oh my fucking god! I literally was part of this radical feminist group that was like, all people in positions of power were white women. I don't think it was because there. I think that there was a couple women of color involved, but they were just like busy doing other stuff, like literally. So it wasn't like they were being barred being positions of power. They were just like, I don't have the time or energy for this. Just like, that's fine. And one of the women of color at an event, she was being passionate, she was being loud. And later, the white women were like, I think we need to like remove her from the group because she's like giving us a bad name and like blah, 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 blah. She was so like, I don't know what your words they used, but everything they were saying had such like a racist tone, like racist assumptions and implications to it. And I literally was like, do you realize you're saying this about like a loud woman of color? Like I just, and none of them realized how racist it was what they were saying. Like there was like one other lesbian in the room with me, and she was like giving me these looks. She was like, and I went to bat for her, and I was like, what the fuck? I'm not trying to say like I'm some kind of like amazing savior. I'm just saying. And I'm like, this is the kind of thing that I've witnessed. But like, again, like somebody was talking, saying like, what are the effects of diluting radical feminism? This is the effects of diluting radical feminism. Like if women who are radical feminists were like so radical feminists that they like absorb the praxis on like a very fundamental level, they would constantly be analyzing their behavior. Why are they behaving this way? What has society conditioned them to do? What is society rewarding them for doing? And they would realize, if you're applying this analysis to your life, you'll realize how that applies to like racism, right? But when you have these radical feminists who are just like, oh yeah, I'm anti-sex work and anti-transgenderism, and that's it, then they're not constantly analyzing their behavior and their conditioning and what the punishments and rewards are for their behavior and their conditioning, right? I think that's a part of like why this is what's happening. And the result of this is that the women of color leave these groups, and then it's just run by white women for white women, even though I think that there are more women of color radical feminists than there are white radical feminists. Who is Ella? Have fun at her stream. I don't know who that is, but good for you guys. I don't know. That sounds condescending or sarcastic. I'm not being sarcastic. I literally am like, go have fun at her stream. I know quite a few fields who tokenize as well. Yeah. I mean, again, not to like equivocate and say that it's the exact same thing, but I think a lot of rad femmes do that with lesbians too. Like I've been in quite a few groups where I'm the only lesbian or something, and they're all like, oh my god, the lesbian. She's here. I'm like, chill your tits, guys. Anung says some of the women on Spinster are DMing each other, gathering on other platforms where you need a password. That's awesome. Yeah, someone says the racism is what's divisive and giving them a bad name. Yeah. No, I'm not harsh on anti-sex worker. I'm agreeing. I'm against obviously sex work. I'm saying that a lot of women just have those two opinions and they don't even know what the fuck they're like. I've talked to so many rad femmes in real life who are like against transgenderism or whatever the fuck. And like when you actually speak to them about like, oh, why are so many young lesbians identifying as trans? Oh, here's all like the reasons that it's difficult to be a lesbian, and here's all the reasons that it's attractive for them to be trans. Their minds are blown. Like, they don't even know what the fuck they're talking. Like, if this is like your only one of the only radical feminist beliefs you have, and it's like clear to me you spend zero time researching it or analyzing it, it's like, what the fuck are you doing? Same thing with these women who are like anti-sexual exploitation. Obviously, I'm all for that. Obviously, that's great. But like, they talked to like one exited sex trafficking victim one time, and they're like, that's all I need to know, done. It's like, no. Like, for example, a lot of them have very little knowledge of like the intersection of like race and like femalehood and like what that has to do in the sexual exploitation industry, right? Just because they just have the one principle and that's it, and that's all they believe. It's quite like arrogant, you know? Oh, okay. Okay. Someone just says, wish I could find a girlfriend. Yose. US centrism. Yep, I feel you, dude. And speaking of US centrism, let us read more of the book. For those of you who've tuned in the last like 30 minutes. Actually, we're reading a book before you got here. Okay. Sophia and Flavia are both looking for girlfriends. There's the solution. Just date each other. Problem solved. Okay. I don't know where I finished. Okay, I'm just going to start like a paragraph earlier because I think a bunch of people who are here now were not here before. But as Frank was stunned to discover, all the other big gay and lesbian rights groups were furious that he wanted to, quote-unquote, drop the T. Organizations such as the National Gay and Lesbian Task Force later changed to the National LGBTQ Task Force, and ACLU's Lesbian and Gay Rights Project later changed to the ACLU LGBT Rights Project. Knew that trans people were the ones to suffer the most from job insecurity because of who they were. If you were here before, I went on like a big rant about this. That's how this whole thing about queer theory and liberal feminism got started. And anyway, as Jenny Pitzer of Lambda Legal pointed out, gender presentation was a continuum. Under its transgender exclusive, ENDA butch lesbians and effeminate gay men might also be fired with impunity. Again, that makes no fucking sense. If you're being fired for being a butch woman because people associate butch women with lesbianism, then how the fuck is that not defensible? Anyway, I've already ranted about this before. Go back in the video. Okay. You go forward on a bill based on the reality of the situation, Frank tried to explain to the disgruntled LGBT groups. Reality always boiled down to are the votes there? Groups weren't having it. Matt Foreman, executive director of the National Gay and Lesbian Task Force, declared, "We are one community and we demand protections for all of us, and nothing else will suffice." On Coming Out Day, October 11, 2007, a coalition of 300 LGBT organizations, fuck, that's huge. Considering at the start of their book, they were like, this is the first LGBT organization in the US. Legal, political, grassroots, announced they'd come together in a united ENDA coalition. Spearheaded by the National Gay and Lesbian Task Force, they organized almost overnight, using listservs, web pages, conference calls. They were launching a, quote, vigorous and vocal lobbying campaign, end quote, for a fully inclusive ENDA, they announced. They'd already informed Congress of their strenuous objection to a diminished bill that abandoned transgender people. Shocking. So what we have here is like a gay rights movement that took decades, that brought the same things to court over and over again for decades. And they made very small incremental progress. And then, shockingly, as we have never seen before in this era, the trans lobby, when there's trans involved, immediately overnight gets tons of money, tons of funding, tons of resources, and gets shit done overnight. We've never seen that before in the 20, whatever the fuck, the century we're in. It was one for all and all for one. Again, like I was saying, after this whole book has been about how the LGBT community has always had so many intercommunity squabbles, suddenly the LGBT community is a monolith. Like, bro, like Lillian Faderman, I love you and everything, but like, why have you suddenly all these things you've been saying for like 30 chapters, you have abandoned them? No compromise. It was the first time mainstream organizations raised united voices for transgender rights. This is 2007, right? Yep. A week later, Tammy Baldwin offered an amendment to the ENDA bill, adding the word gender identity. Okay. But the House Committee on Education and Labor voted to approve a sexual orientation only ENDA and sent it to the House floor for a vote. Frank had guessed right about the support for gays and lesbians. The bill passed 235 to 184. Though 25 Democrats voted against it, 35 Republicans voted for it. However, the Senate never got around to an ENDA vote that year. President Bush had vowed he'd veto the bill if it came to his desk. So for those of you who weren't here earlier in the stream, Barney Frank was kind of into this, as he had done before with some gay rights bills, that even if you know it's not going to get passed in both the House and the Senate, or even if you know it might pass in the House and the Senate, but the president might not approve it, it's worth putting the bill over and over again into the to be voted upon, just to get the senators like familiar with it and like knowing that this is something that people care about and want to happen. For excluding transgender people from the ENDA, Barney Frank, who'd been rightly revered for decades as a champion of LGBT rights, was vilified among LGBT radicals and mainstreamers alike. Like I said, what had previously been like the streets and the suits, the two different groups, like the radicals versus the like more traditional types who wanted to do things more traditionally, like lobbying and like campaigning and stuff. They've now coalesced into one group. They're all on the same page about a lot of things. Like I mentioned, how like the trans lobby has like a lot of money and shit happens overnight. Somebody said Big Pharma. Rachel said Big Pharma makes the drugs for the trans pay for the drugs, Big Pharma gives money to the trans get pharma to prove that the drugs are the cure. Yep. It's all one big cycle. These are our fellow human beings. This is a subtitle. When Barack Obama was running for president in 2008, he was sent a questionnaire by the Houston GLBT Political Caucus, which had previously been the Houston Gay Caucus, if you were here earlier in the book. One of the questions was, would you support a formal written policy of non-discrimination that includes sexual orientation and gender identity or expression for federal contractors, for all federal contractors? I also find that hilarious that you need to put gender identity and gender expression when most of the people who are advocating for this type of law, like the definition of gender identity is so broad that you don't even need to add gender expression because it's like already included. But anyway, Obama's answer was yes. In fact, he told the caucus his campaign had, quote, a written non-discrimination policy that includes sexual orientation and gender identity, end quote, and he emphasized that, quote, an Obama White House would implement a similar non-discrimination policy, end quote. Barack Obama was swept into office that fall. The Democrats got a solid majority in both the House and the Senate too. The times couldn't have been better for passing an Employment Non-Discrimination Act. Barney Frank was in a quandary. He believed still that Congress members were ignorant about transgender people and the trans community wasn't lobbying enough to educate them. But LGBT organizations didn't let up on their pressure to include transgender people in the ENDA bill. They accused him of throwing transgender people, quote, under the civil rights bus, end quote. I mean, you're the ones who are pretending or like stealing like civil rights stuff to pretend that like, I mean, whatever. But LGBT organizations didn't let up on the, Perplexed and frustrated that the trans community seemed deaf to his good advice, he put in a call to 51-year-old Diego Sanchez, who for years had helped fundraise in Massachusetts for Frank's election campaigns. Sanchez was now the director of the AIDS Action Committee Transgender Health Program. I need you to give notice today on your job, Frank told him. Whatever your salary is today, I'll beat it. Always conservatively dressed, dark blazer and tie, sporting close-cropped silver hair and neatly trimmed goatee, Sanchez was a trans man who was well known even outside of the LGBT community. He'd been named by Hispanic Business magazine as one of the 100 most powerful Latinos in corporate America. This is an exact, perfect example of what I was saying. Like in the 60s and 70s, the LGBT organizations were like hole in the wall, like the back office of a strip club or something, and it was like a handful of people. Now somebody who's head of the AIDS Action Committee's transgender health program. So they're not even the head of the AIDS Action Committee. They're like a subhead of like a sub program. They're still named as like the most powerful people in corporate America or Latino. Like I'm just saying, like even if that's a pretty small pond, like the contrast we've seen so far, and it's directly involved, directly tied to transgender lobbying, right? Like I bet you in the year 2000. If somebody had been the head of the gay and lesbian task force, they wouldn't have ended up in the same type of list as this person who's working in an organization that is like now highly focused on trans stuff, apparently. Anyway, let me know what your thoughts are. Yeah. Okay. He'd been the point man for media relations and diversity management in the Coca-Cola Company. In February 2008, Howard Dean, chair of the Democratic National Committee, had named him to the DNC Platform Committee, where he'd worked on immigration and AIDS issues. As Barney Frank's legislative assistant, he'd become the first transsexual staff member in Congress. Just by his being on Capitol Hill, Sanchez would show the legislators what non-discrimination in hiring looked like. But his biggest job was to encourage the trans community to do the legwork, as Frank had been admonishing. To knock on their congressmen's doors, to let them see transgender people on a human level, tell the legislators from their own experiences why it is important that transgender people, as well as lesbians and gays, have employment protection. Sanchez got Mara Kiesling of the National Center for Transgender Equality to begin holding transgender lobbyist days on the Hill. Sanchez also helped find trans people with employment discrimination stories to tell, and Frank convinced the chairman of the House Education and Labor Committee, California Democrat George Miller, to let them testify before his committee. On the day of the testimony, Frank introduced the subject with apprehension. Let me just say to my colleagues, there's nothing to be afraid of. These are our fellow human beings. They aren't asking you for anything in this bill other than the right to earn a living. Can't you give them that? The first person to testify was Vandy Beth Glenn. Young, sincere sounding, neatly dressed with soldier-length brunette hair, Glenn was a good choice to make the Congress members see a fellow human being. She had a degree in journalism from the University of Georgia. For a couple of years, she'd been an editor and proofreader of legislative bills for the Georgia General Assembly. On Halloween 2006, some of her fellow workers showed up at the office dressed in costumes. Glenn came in women's business attire, a knee-length black skirt and a red turtleneck sweater. It wasn't a costume, it was an expression of who she was, and it was her announcement to her fellow workers that she was transitioning from Glenn Morrison, that they knew, to Vandy Beth Glenn, whom she'd always been inside. So far in this book, every mention of a trans woman is somebody who transitioned like well into their like adulthood. Also, I find it very 2006. I don't know. I don't want to pass judgment. I'm just going to note that it's a little bit bizarre that this person, their first expression of like their true self was on Halloween. I guess they were trying to cushion it so that if it didn't go well, they could like step it back and say it was just a costume. I don't know. Maybe it's unremarkable, but it seems a little bit strange to me. Someone must have sent for her big boss, Georgia Legislative Counsel Swellbury Brumley, who came flying up the stairs from his office on the lower floor. A heavy smoker who took the stairs with great difficulty, Brumley had never appeared in the editor's workroom before. He took one look at Vandy Beth Glenn and felt discombobulated, as he later testified in court. It's unsettling to think of someone dressed in women's clothing with male sexual organs inside that clothing. You're dressed inappropriately, he boomed, and sent her home to change clothes. Like again, does this have to do with somebody being trans, or is this like sexism and homophobia? Like, literally, this is like your issue is with gender nonconformity. It's not with this person's identity. Like literally, he said it's like a male person wearing female clothing that's upsetting to me. Anyway. When Brumley was informed sometime later that Vandy Beth Glenn intended to stop cross-dressing by completing her transition, he called her into his office to say she was fired and needed to clear out that very day. Obviously, I disagree with this. This is very bad. He was afraid to upset the Georgia legislature by having a female impersonator on the payroll, Brumley would testify. They'd consider cross-dressing in a government office to be perhaps immoral, perhaps unnatural, and perhaps, if you will, liberal, ultra-liberal. It is Georgia. It's to be expected, I guess. My skills hadn't changed, my work ethic hadn't changed, Glenn recounted to the House committee. She'd worked 12 hours a day or more to get the legislative reports she was editing perfect. Her abilities were never in question. The only thing that had changed was her gender. Quote, and because of that, the legislature I'd worked so hard for no longer had any use for my skills, end quote. She was asking the government for just one thing, quote, to be given back my job. I love that job. I can do it well, end quote. She said with quiet dignity. I mean, I'm totally agree. I mean, you can do your job. What clothes you wear or what pronouns you have or whatever the fuck is like should be relevant. It's like do your fucking job. Like again, I question the need for the actual term gender identity to be there, but at the end of the day, it's like obviously okay. Attorney Tycho Almeida, who was serving as Congressman Miller's committee aide and had helped select Vandy Beth Glenn from a roster of possible trans witnesses, was sitting in the council's chair on the days as she testified. He watched several members of the committee quietly tear up and shake their heads while she spoke. If they'd seen and heard transgenders before, it was no doubt in popular films such as La Cage aux Folles. Dude, they're not trans in La Cage aux Folles, they're cross-dressers. Whatever. The committee hearing marked the first time most of them had sat in a room with a trans person and had been made to think of her as our fellow human being. By the way, like Casual Full is great. Really good. Highly recommended. Fucking hilarious. It's like one of the very few gay movies that has like a not sad ending. And that is like you can laugh the whole movie. Anyway. The LGBT Equality Caucus that Tammy Baldwin and Barney Frank had started in the House managed, in concert with the LGBT lobbyists, to get 203 representatives to sponsor the transgender inclusive ENDA. But in the Senate, things were trickier. In 2008, Ted Kennedy, who had always carried the ENDA ball, had been diagnosed with a malignant brain tumor. Only weeks before his death, on August 25, 2009, still working on Senate matters from his home in Hyannisport, Kennedy issued a statement. The promise of America will never be fulfilled as long as justice is denied to even one among us, end quote. ENDA, he said, was needed, quote, to fulfill that promise for gay, lesbian, bisexual, and transgender citizens, end quote. Jeff Merkley, a progressive Democrat who'd just been elected to the U.S. Senate from Oregon, had sponsored a state trans-inclusive employment non-discrimination bill, which had been passed in 2007. Kennedy asked him to take over sponsorship of the ENDA in the U.S. Senate. Merkley did get 44 co-sponsors, and on August 5th, Kennedy, already on his deathbed, Merkley introduced a trans-inclusive ENDA. It never made it to discussion on the floor. As of March 2010, ENDA hadn't been taken up on the House floor either. Tammy Baldwin told reporters that there'd been no action because the Democrats had had their hands full all year with health care reform. But she and the LGBT Equality Caucus had been lining up votes. It was looking good. Barney Frank, always cautious, thought there were still too many undecideds. He called again on LGBT activists, get out there, help get the votes by lobbying lawmakers. Activists were getting out there in various ways. On Friday, March 19th, Get Equal, the group that fought in 70s radical style for the unradical right to be soldiers and to get married, invaded the San Francisco and Washington, D.C. offices of the House Speaker. We're not leaving until we get confirmation from Nancy Pelosi that she's going to have this bill up for a vote before the end of the month, they announced. In D.C., Congresswoman Pelosi's office staff told the protesters who'd been there all day that the office would close at 7 o'clock. The protesters didn't budge. At 7:30, 10 policemen showed up and marched them into a van. In San Francisco, the police arrived, wrote the protesters tickets for loitering, and told them if they didn't disperse, they'd spend the weekend in jail. Nancy Pelosi was nowhere to be seen in either office. Midterm elections, November 2010. Democrats lost the House. The window to get LGBT rights legislation passed had been sealed over. and chances for the passage of a trans-inclusive ENDA would now be nil for at least 2 years. Nancy Pelosi, no longer the Speaker of the House, the Speaker, but the House Minority Leader, declared her support for President Obama, issuing an executive order. It couldn't be as far-fetched as ENDA, but at least it could protect the jobs of lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender people who worked for federal contractors. Those contractors employed 26 million workers, 22% of American workforce. The Labor Department, which oversees federal contract compliance, also urged the president to sign such an executive order. So did the Justice Department. Even the editorial board of the Washington Post joined in, suggesting to Obama that the executive order signed by Lyndon Johnson that protected workers based on race, religion, and national origin could be extended to protect LGBT people. Most voters wouldn't have objected. On April 2011, polls showed that 81% of Democrats, 74% of independents, and 66% of Republicans supported workplace protections, not only for gays and lesbians, but also for transgender people. LGBT activists showered the White House with data. President Obama could hardly have been accused of being unsympathetic to LGBT concerns. In fall 2009, he'd signed into law the hate crimes bill, trans-inclusive. By fall of 2010, less than halfway through his term as president, he'd smashed all presidential records by appointing 150 openly gay officials, from agency heads to senior staffers. Bill Clinton had appointed only 140 during his 8 years as president. At the end of that year, President Obama had signed the bill repealing Don't Ask, Don't Tell. In winter 2011, Obama's press secretary, Jay Carney, told the media that, quote, the president regards DOMA as unfair, end quote. And Attorney General Eric Holder announced that he was, quote, following President Obama's lead, end quote, and would no longer defend the Defense of Marriage Act in court. Oh yeah, that was one of the other criticisms of Bill Clinton. So he was like, I'm all here for the gays and stuff, but then he still had like White House lawyers prosecuting gay people or holding up homophobic laws. So they were like, this is what you say, but then this is what you let your White House lawyers do. They were like critical of that. However, in 2012, Obama was up for re-election. Who knows if he'll get re-elected, guys? I'm reading on the edge of my seat to find out. He'd been pilloried again and again for passing regulations that hurt business. Regulations against employment discrimination were aimed at business. But as long as Republicans controlled the House of Representatives, LGBT activists had no hope but the White House. They had to convince the president. In April 2012, after petitions and phone calls and letter-writing brigades and lobbyists who wouldn't quit, representatives of LGBT advocacy groups were finally granted a closed-door meeting with senior Obama aide Valerie Jarrett, head of the White House Office of Public Engagement. 20 years earlier, Jarrett had been deputy chief of staff to Chicago's mayor, Richard Daley. In that capacity, she hired a young lawyer, Michelle Robinson, who'd introduced Jarrett to her fiancé, Barack Obama. In 2009, Jarrett made the trip to the White House along with the Obamas. She could be relied on to deliver the president's views with accuracy. She assured the LGBT advocacy representatives that President Obama was very supportive of the ENDA. He believed that just as Congress had led the way in the repeal of Don't Ask, Don't Tell, it should lead the way in ending employment discrimination. It was up to Congress. He would not sign an executive order. It set off a rift between the White House and the LGBT community. Who could have saw this coming? Quote, they want zero new obligations on business before Election Day, end quote. Gay rights activists complained bitterly of the Obama administration. Quote, this is an artful way of kicking the can down the sidewalk, end quote. Okay, just to be like super practical here, because I'm a lesbian. If President Obama is the only way to get an executive order passed, or, to support this once it gets through the Senate and Congress, and he's saying this is what he needs to do to get elected, shouldn't you just like bite your tongue until he's elected and then go nuts with the lobbying, right? Like on a purely practical level? Like what's the alternative? Obama loses and a Republican gets in, then you're definitely in a worse position for this type of law to pass, right? Anyway. Because as we've seen in this book, there was a situation where I think it was the ENDA, maybe it was the bill that talked about before this, passed the House and the Senate and got onto Bush's desk, and Bush was like, I will not sign this. So, like, don't you want a Democrat in power either way? Because he's definitely, like, with repealing Don't Ask, Don't Tell and being against DOMA and stuff, he's definitely, like, the most LGBT rights person you could possibly have, and I don't know. I don't know. I'm just saying. Like, on a practical level, it doesn't make much sense to me. The far right, for the first time ever, broadcast its praise for Obama. Oh, well, this could be why. Quote, the decision recognizes that sexual orientation non-discrimination policies are not necessary and would be used to silence the speech of people of faith, end quote, focused on the family spokeswoman declared. I mean, is your free speech inherent in your hiring practices? Or freedom of expression? Like, you can freely express that you don't like gay people without discriminating against hiring gay people, right? I don't know. Obama triumphed in the 2012 election. So did Republicans, who maintained control of the House 242 to 193, again making ENDA a lost cause in that body for the duration. But a spat of new LGBT rights groups, such as Freedom to Work, Americans for Workplace Opportunity, and the Trans People of Color Coalition, had formed and were revved up to keep the fight going. They concentrated first on the Senate because Democrats were still in control there. Now trans activists pounded shoe leather, as Kyler Brodus, founder of the Trans People of Color Coalition, described. They're going from the Driskin to the Russell to the Hart Senate office buildings, lobbying senators for an ENDA that would include gender identity as well as sexual orientation. Again, I find it so weird, like, literally, like, okay, the thing that I can remember the most from this book that's a good example of this is, like, gay people's rights to serve in the military. They brought this to court over and over and over and over again, like in different courts, different states, federally, whatever, like lesbians, gays, people doing stuff in public, people doing stuff in private. Like, they brought it to court so many times over like 2 decades or something before they actually got like a federal ruling that gay people have the right to serve openly, no, to serve in the military. And then Don't Ask, Don't Tell happened after that. So it's like, just like that shit was ongoing. Like, when did Don't Ask, Don't Tell fall? It was 2012, right? I don't know. Somebody correct me. But it was like, so from like the beginning of the military, they had like anti-sodomy laws. And then like, you know, federally and statewide, they also had like anti-sodomy laws. And that was like a huge issue. And so like this book starts like in the 1950s. And that doesn't, like, gay people can't openly serve in the military until like 2012 or something. So that fight was like 60 something years, right? And gay people were like, this is tough, this is hard, but they're not constantly like, I just feel like it's crazy, like the tone of entitlement in this chapter of like, well, this law is going to pass, but you're going to exclude us. Like, how dare you? We have to be included right away, right now. It's like gay people had to bring the same shit into court for like decades before it was even considered like a possibility for it to happen. This is the first trans rights law that's being written about in this book. And so just based on this book, I assume this is like the first real big one to be talked about. And they're immediately acting like the fact that they want it means that they definitely should get it. And it's like, for them to not get it is unimaginable. And like, just the tone, you know what I mean? I don't know. Yeah. Like when the gay rights people were doing stuff, they constantly expected, they were like, we need to plan to win and plan to lose. And when we lose, we need to figure out how to like build off of our loss to do the next thing. Like, this is not the tone or the attitude of these trans activists. Tammy Baldwin, who'd won her bid in the 2012 election to be a senator for Wisconsin, also kept up the fight. She sat face to face with the recalcitrant among her new colleagues and told them her personal story as a lesbian and why she felt the bill was crucial. See, more homosexuals, like, being manipulated because they're homosexuals to uncritically and like support trans stuff because it's like all the same thing. Like, it's literally not the same thing. Jeff Merkley, still determined to keep the promise he'd made to Ted Kennedy, sponsored the ENDA once again. A dozen of Merkley's Republican colleagues in the Senate told him they'd vote for the bill if he'd get rid of its protection for transgenders. As Arizona Senator Jeff Flake, a Mormon, who, like Tammy Baldwin, had just graduated from the House to the Senate, flatly declared, if Merkley didn't ditch the trans protection, I'm a no. So then Frank, whatever the fuck, Barney Franken or whatever, is that his name? Whatever, was right. Like, you need to take baby steps, as the gay movement had done for the whole fucking time. Anyway. On June 12, 2012, the Senate's 22 members, Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee held hearings on the bill. Conservatives enlisted testimony from Craig Parshall, author of the Christian suspense novels such as The Last Judgment and The Edge of the Apocalypse, a senior vice president of the National Associations of Religious Broadcasters. ENDA threatened to, quote, infringe on the constitutionally protected autonomy of religious organizations, end quote. It threatened to be a burden to Christian employers, he said. I mean, I don't know. Is that how the law works? Because isn't the right to freedom of religion also protected under, like, constitutionally protected or something? So I just don't know how those two laws interact with each other is all I'm saying. Like, isn't that why we had, like, the gay cake debacle? Because it was like those people's freedom of religion versus freedom of being a gay or whatever. I don't know, whatever. Okay. Parshall, with his theoretical arguments, was nowhere near as effective as Kyler Brodus, who shared his life story. No Senate committee had ever before heard from a transgender. Echoing Frank Kemney's striking 20th century refrain, I'm a homosexual American citizen, Brodus, a diminutive 49-year-old light-skinned African-American trans man, declared solemnly to the committee, I am a transgender American. He recounted how people had always related to him as a man. Quote, that is my essence and my soul, end quote, he explained. He told how he used to go to work in a dress which felt to him like wearing drag, how he was valued in his job for his workaholic work ethic, how, when he finally started wearing men's clothes to work, his male colleagues taught him how to properly tie a tie. And now, as a supervisor, contemptuous of women who look like men, how a new supervisor, contemptuous of women who look like men, harassed him out of his job. Okay, but again, all of this stuff could have happened exactly the same way to a lesbian. Like, this is not trans-specific, right? Like, and this is such an interesting phrase to me. He recounted how people had always related to him as a man. That is my essence and my soul, he explained. So you mean people have just, like, perceived you as masculine and responded to you in that way? It's not. Like, gender and sex are two different things. That's my point. Oh, I had to be such a troublemaker. No. The supervisor questioned him about his sex life, homophobia, accused him of hitting on a white woman in the office, racism, told him his man haircut was unacceptable and said, quote, the next time you want to do anything with your hair, call me first, end quote, sexism. Like, couldn't one take this to court for sex discrimination? Because they're discriminating against you based on your sex because you're not conforming to what they expect from you as that sex or something? Leptoceratops says, the entitlement speaks to a degree of privilege. One group is far less used to being told no. Agree. Eleanor says, not the same thing, but seen as part of the same civil rights movement, a continuation of the fight. Yeah. I think Christians ought to have the right to discriminate. I'm not saying it's a right yet. I think tolerance is enough in a civil society, okay? Kate Spell says, just got here in Australia, internet and arse. on dial-up speed. Fuck save my life right now. Big parts of Canada still have dial-up. It's like a big deal to get dial-up in a lot of parts of Canada. Yeah. Then a bunch of people are all like, yeah, they treat us this way because we're female. Sex discrimination. Lesbians can relate to this. Yep. Oh, hey, Patricia. Long time no see. Well, because I haven't done this in like a month. Anyway. It's getting a little bit chilly. I'll keep reading through. What time is it? I need to go to sleep kind of soon. I think this will have to be my last chapter. He also gave Brodus impossible, irrelevant tasks intending to make him fail. Quote, it was devastating, demoralizing, and dehumanizing, Brodus attested to the Senate committee. The harassment caused him panic attacks and depression. He had no legal recourse because Missouri, where he worked, had no laws protecting transgender workers. Okay. After hearing such testimony, the committee, in a 15-7 bipartisan vote, sent a gender identity inclusive ENDA bill to the full Senate. To placate the Senate's conservative Democrats and moderate Republicans, the bill also included a religious exemption. Religious entities that didn't want to hire gay, lesbians, or bisexual people didn't have to. See, that's America's always got the backs of the religious people. Like, I would be surprised if it didn't. November 7, 2013. The bill came to the Senate floor. Republican Pat Toomey, junior senator from Pennsylvania, offered an amendment. He wanted to expand the kinds of businesses that could claim religious exemptions, a gym run by Mormons, for instance, or a Presbyterian-run retirement home. Such an amendment, Toomey said, would, quote, relieve tension between the two vitally important American values, equality and religious liberty, end quote. It was voted down 55-43. The vote was called for a trans-inclusive ENDA with a limited religious exemption. Senator John McCain, who had been so vociferously opposed to gays in the military 2 years earlier, had long declared he'd vote no. He complained that the ENDA could be like busting breeding worse problems than it solved. It could lead to quotas or even reverse discrimination. But one day in October, a couple of weeks before the ENDA came to the Senate floor, a human rights campaign canvasser was standing in front of the Staples store in Phoenix, handing out postcards that were to be signed and mailed to Senate offices. No one should be fired because of who they are, the postcard read. The canvasser spotted Cindy McCain, wife of the senator, coming out of the store. He gave her a card and asked her to sign it and send it to her husband. She did. She even had a picture taken of herself together with the canvasser, holding up the signed postcard, with its clearly legible message. A few days later, after the Senate voted on ENDA, John McCain announced to his constituency, quote, I have always believed that workplace discrimination, whether based on religion, gender, race, national origin, or sexual orientation, is inconsistent with the basic values Americans hold dear, end quote. Assuring Arizonians he'd made sure religious protections were in place, he informed them he'd voted for the ENDA. Senator Tammy Baldwin got a conservative Republican lawmaker, parent of a young transgender child, to convince Jeff Flake to vote aye. Another Mormon, Utah Senator Orrin Hatch, reassured by their religious exemption that fellow Mormons wouldn't be forced to violate Latter-day Saints policies that cut LGBT people out of the church and religious school hiring, also voted aye. ENDA passed the Senate 64-32. 10 Republicans had finally acquiesced. Another of the 64 ayes was cast by Senator Mark Pryor, Democrat from Arkansas and son of David Pryor, the senator who'd been the 15th aye vote on Ted Kennedy's ENDA bill 17 years earlier. Had David not had to go back to Arkansas to be with young Mark, who was having cancer surgery. But the problem of the recalcitrant House, in which Republicans outnumbered Democrats 234-201, remained. I'm going to see how many more pages I have left. Oh, it's like 3 pages. Okay. Game changer. June 30th, 2014. The Supreme Court finally issued its ruling on the infamous House Hobby Lobby case. Hobby Lobby was a family-owned national chain of 600 arts and crafts stores, founded by billionaire David Green, son of a Pentecostal minister. Under the direction of Green and his family, Hobby Lobby was committed to, quote, honor the Lord in all we do by operating the company in a manner consistent with biblical principles, end quote. From their headquarters in Oklahoma City, they had music piped into all Hobby Lobby via signature channel satellite. For the pleasure and edification of all within earshot, hymns such as Amazing Grace and Praise the Lord of the Almighty played constantly while shoppers loaded their shopping carts with soap-making supplies or doormats that declared, "We will serve the Lord." I think they're painting it a little bit. I've been to Hobby Lobby. It's basically Michael's on steroids. Do you have Michael's in the U.S.? It's a craft store in Canada. I mean, at least I'm saying when I was in Hobby Lobbies in the U.S., I didn't notice that they were like super, super religious in your face, is all I'm saying. Maybe I'm missing something though. Where did I go to Hobby Lobby? I think maybe Indiana or Wisconsin or both. Whatever. All the Hobby Lobbies carried a huge line of holiday items, but nothing as unchristian as Hanukkah, menorahs, or dreidels. That's also dumb. You can be Christian without, but also having other non-Christian things. Dude, I hate Michael's because every time I go there, I drop like $100. It's like cursed. Because it's so awesome. When under the Affordable Care Act, Hobby Lobby was obliged to provide its workers with health insurance, Green and family objected. Their religious principles were that people should die because they don't deserve health insurance. No, I'm joking. Their religious principles, they asserted, would be violated if they had to pay for workers' birth controls or abortifacients. Dun, dun, dun. In a 5-4 decision, SCOTUS, referencing the Religious Freedoms Restoration Act of 1993, which prohibited the government from, quote, burdening a person's exercise of religion, affirmed that, quote unquote, closely held corporations, that is, those in which 5 or fewer people owned at least 50% of the company, were exempt from laws that violated their owners' religious principles. More than 90% of American corporations are closely held. About 52% of American workforce is employed by these closely helds. LGBT activists understood it was time to worry. Not just because Hobby Lobby didn't have to pay for contraceptives, or that the Green family was putting tens of millions of their Hobby Lobby dollars into right-wing causes to fight same-sex marriage and aid businesses that didn't want to serve LGBT people. Even more troublesome was the implication of the Supreme Court decision. As Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg observed, it was, quote, a decision of startling breadth, end quote. It could mean that any closely held company might find individuals such as homosexuals antagonistic to the Bible, and so refuse to hire or even serve them. Justice Samuel Alito, dependable foe of anything that smacked of gay rights, had authored the majority opinion. He answered Ginsburg's concerns by assuring her in America that the ruling would, quote, certainly not permit discrimination based on race, end quote, pointedly keeping mum about discrimination based on sexual orientation or gender identity. The writing was on the wall. The Hobby Lobby decision made any religious compromise dangerous. Religious exemption might mean that church-affiliated universities, schools, hospitals, nursing homes, or even profit businesses could claim a religious right to discriminate against LGBT people who'd be recast as pariahs. LGBT advocate groups that worked for years to get ENDA as far as it had finally gotten. But now leaders of the ACLU, the National Center for Lesbian and Gay Rights, lesbian advocates and defenders, gay and lesbian advocates and defenders, and the Transgender Law Center and Lambda Legal joined together to issue a painful statement. Because of the ENDA's religious exemption, limited as it may have been, they were pulling their support from the version of the bill that the Senate had passed the year before. The National Gay and Lesbian Task Force implored President Obama to veto ENDA if it should ever get to his desk with the religious exemptions intact. Bracket. The divide between Barney Frank's generation and younger activists was again apparent when Frank complained to the press about the move. Quote, there's an element in my community that insists on being cutting edge. They are determined never to be for anything that could pass because that means they are stodgy, end quote, close paragraph, close bracket. Yeah, I have this like older butch lesbian friend who's like, if the reason that radical and radical leftists get so little done is because they're not willing to compromise anything. I'm not saying that they should have like compromised on this because it sounds fairly serious, but I'm just saying I get what Barney Frank was saying, that like, you know, you need to be able like willing to like win by inches and not just all at once. Yeah, my women won't leash supplies, my ribbons, I've been getting them from Amazon. But I'm looking for other places just because I felt like they were kind of expensive. But they do sell like huge like the quantity of ribbon you get is like quite significant. Yeah. Well, I have Amazon Prime, so I got my women won't leash because I ordered it like 5 days before I went to Calgary, and I wanted to have it ready when I went to Calgary. So I ordered it, and then I like sewed my ribbons together so that they were like the suffragette thing, and then I brought them to Calgary with me. So like I ordered them on like Monday, got them on like Thursday, and left for Calgary on Friday or something. No, I left on Saturday. I don't know, whatever. Jessica, what protest did you go to where you used that stuff? Like my thing is I'm gonna go put them in a bunch of parks, and probably in front of like the parliamentary and senate buildings in Ottawa. Maybe I shouldn't do parks. Maybe I should just do like around government buildings. I don't know, whatever. Anyway, okay, I'm gonna keep reading because like the light is going. America becomes just a little bit fairer. Monday, July 21st, 2014. The White House. The crowd seated in the East Room wouldn't stop cheering and peppering the president's remarks with Amen or Amen and Amen Corner, Obama dubbed them, and laughed. Large LCD screens lit with the message "Opportunity for All" hung on either side of the stage. Senator Tammy Baldwin and Jeff Markley were in the audience, as were representatives from the House, the Human Rights Campaign, the National Gay and Lesbian Task Force, Get Equal, Lambda Legal, the Gay and Lesbian Alliance Against Defamation, Freedom to Work, Freedom to Marry, Parents and Friends of Lesbians and Gays, the Family Equality Council. General Tammy Smith, whose wife had pinned the General Star on her epaulette in a public ceremony in 2012, was there too. They had come to see President Obama sign 2 executive orders. Quote, "I hope as everybody looks around this room, you're reminded of the extraordinary progress we have made," end quote, he told them. Quote, "It's not just in our lifetime, but in the last 5 years, in the last 2 years, in the last year, we are on the right side of history," end quote. On stage, the president was flanked by several government officials, as well as Kyla Broadus, the trans man who testified in front of the Senate committee. Anne Vonoff, a trans woman who was the LGBT diversity program manager at the U.S. Office of Personnel Management, successor to Frank Kemney's old nemesis, the Civil Service Commission. They were like the people who like hunted down the gays and fired them if they worked in any like U.S. government position. Faith Cheltenham, president of BiNet USA, a bisexual legal advocacy organization, and Michael Carney, a gay police officer in full uniform who testified before the House Committee in 2007 and a Senate Committee in 2009 about his struggles to get his job back on the Springfield, Massachusetts police force after being fired because the department found out he was gay. A minister and rabbi were on stage too, together with 100 other clergymen, Catholic nuns, Episcopal bishops, an imam of the Light of Reform Mosque in D.C. They'd implored the president not to include in his executive orders a religious exemption because public dollars should not be used to sanction discrimination. Obama didn't, despite threatening a missive from over 150 right-wing religious groups and leaders that stated, quote, "Any executive order that does not fully protect religious freedom will face widespread opposition and will further fragment our nation," end quote. One of the executive orders that President Obama would sign amended Bill Clinton's 1998 executive order, 11,478, which had protected those directly employed by the federal government from discrimination based on their sexual orientation. Now protection based on gender identity would be added. The other one amended Lyndon Johnson's 1965 Executive Order 11,246. It had banned discrimination by federal contractors based on race, creed, color, and national origin, and it had already been amended in 1967 to say that women couldn't be discriminated against. Now it was amended once again to say that LGBT people couldn't be discriminated against. Amending the earlier order sent a plain message to the far right, just as it would to outrage. It would be outrageous to permit a religious exemption concentrating on race or national origin. It would be equally outrageous to permit one concerning sexual orientation or gender identity. This day had finally happened, the president told his East Room audience. Because of the years of work most of those present, quote, "You organized, you spoke up, you sent petitions, you sent letters. I know because I got a lot of them," end quote, he joked. Of course, the orders he was about to sign wouldn't solve the bulk of the employment discrimination that the community suffered. Only the ENDA would do that, he reminded activists. They had to finish the unfinished business to, quote, "keep putting pressure on Congress to pass federal legislation that would solve this problem once and for all," end quote. But their passion and advocacy and the irrefutable rightness of their cause, the president acknowledged, had brought them all there on that day to see, quote, "our government become just a little bit fairer," end quote. I mean, yeah. So the two things he passed were only for like government employees and contractors of the government, which, as they said, was like apparently 52% of the American workforce, which is pretty nuts to me. But as the rest of this book has pointed, like constantly demonstrated, is that like you win an inch at a time. So the fact that they've got it for like government employees means they're like one step away from getting it for like everybody else. Part 10. What justification could there possibly be for denying homosexuals the benefit of marriage? Okay, that's chapter 31. So this is like 31, 32, 33. There's 3 chapters left. So hopefully the next time I sit down to read, I can just read like all the last 3 chapters. Like it's only that much left. But like most of that's annotations. Let's see how much of the actual book is left. So you guys, questions, comments, thoughts, concerns, anger, anything else? Okay, that's the amount of book that's left. All of this is annotation, so that's what's left. It's not that much. It ends on page 640, and we're on page 580. Okay, that's 60 pages. I might not be able to read that all in one sitting, but how much did we read today? No. Today we read like 60 pages, so maybe tomorrow I'll read the last 60 pages. I'm down to hang out with you guys and chat more. I just have to feed my cat and go to the washroom. You have a book club in your group on Facebook? Don't you read this if you're Americans? If you're not Americans, don't read this. It'll piss you off because it's so American-centric. This is awesome. Thank you so much, Benji. No, Rachel, thank you for attending. So when I'm done this book, I'm going to finish my other book, Sophistries, which honestly has kind of been driving me crazy because it's like so queer theory. I literally thought it was supposed to be like about the history of like female homosexuality, and instead it's like, you know, I don't know, like uncritically recasting male passing lesbians as if they were all trans men. Like stuff like that seems like outright homophobic to me. Oh, you did? Oh, you were in the Women's Picket DC march. That's interesting. Oh, you guys are part of the Skylar Gwynn's ride. Yeah. Cool. Rachel, what is this American flag firework? Are you trying to blow up the U.S.? Or are you like pride for the U.S.? What is this? Leptoceratops says the words sapphic and variants have been so hijacked by men. I mean, it's weird because it's like, again, like the book Sophistries is written by like a lesbian professor. Oh, you guys are on a tire fire? Yeah, I'm sorry, bro. Oh, I agree. We are too now. Like, perhaps worse because we progress faster. Our progress is like, in a worse direction faster. Yeah, so the book Sophistries is written by a lesbian women's studies professor, and it's supposed to be like a global history of like love between women. And it hasn't gotten to like an explicit point where it says that like, heterosexual sex between a trans woman and a female is lesbian. It has so far said that like a trans man and a female having sex, that's lesbian. And it kind of gets that way because she starts with the historical revisionism, because she starts with like in the 1500s there was like some chick in Germany who dressed up as like a man to live her life that way, to become a doctor or something, and like took a female lover and they got married and stuff. Because she was masquerading as a man, this was possible. And so they're like, that's an example of lesbianism. And then like going off of that, when she gets to like actual trans men, she's like, this is still an example of lesbianism. So, she's slightly turfy. But then she asks like questions like, but is it really lesbianism if one of them identifies as a man? Like, fucking yes, it is. Okay, guys. I am going to go to the washroom and feed my cat, and then I will be back if you want to chat some more. Okay, BRB. Be back in like 2 minutes. Okay, I'm back to hang out with you guys for a bit. Intermission, yeah. Dude, turf is like not an accurate representation of anybody's views. The whole entire concept doesn't make any fucking sense. I have like a 30-minute YouTube video on it. Feel free to watch it or not. Somebody said that for me already. Lebceratops says, we're not even trans exclusionary, we're male exclusionary and reality inclusionary. I fucking love it. Next time somebody calls me a trans exclusive, I'm gonna say I'm reality inclusive, lol. I think that's how most women use turf. Women who are called turf, when they use it for themselves, is like ironic. Wow. What was 9 here? And I lost 8 at 1. So, yeah. I hope the chewing isn't super loud and obnoxious. I'm eating some kind of double hamburger with bacon and cheese from Burger King. I don't know. I think it was on sale. I don't really eat Burger King much, so I can't name their burgers. Where I grew up, there just wasn't any Burger King, like, at all. Like, there was some in the mall, but, like, it's now a mukbang. Dude, I should do like a YouTube stream where I just get like a bunch of fast food, like a Popeyes, McDonald's, Burger King. What's Canadian? Some kind of poutine place, like a poutineery, and just like put that shit on a table and like, as long as I'm eating it, hang out with you guys. I should start like a Radfem lesbian mukbang. Riff, reality, inclusionary, feminists, cute guitar riff. I love it. Could be like, you call somebody a riff, and then there's like a theme song or anthem that goes with it. I love it. Benji, are you on Facebook? I mean, yeah, I'm on Facebook. But like, it's like a private personal Facebook. It's not like a GNC centric Facebook. So I'm not sure if that's the, some people are saying that the chicken burgers from Burger King, the money goes to GLAAD. That may be the case, but I'm not sure if that's the case in Canada. If it is, they're definitely not advertising it. Yeah. People giving money to, like, huge corporations giving money to gay rights or trans rights stuff. It's just marketing, right? Like the pimping of pride or whatever. Like, I was at Shoppers Drug Mart, which is kind of like Walgreens or whatever. It's like the biggest biggest pharmacy chain in Canada, I think. And they had this like big sign that was like a heart, and inside the heart was like the new ugly trans flag or queer people flag or whatever the fuck. And on the bottom it was like, This Pride Month, we're donating money to the 519, which is the gay community center in Toronto, which I rant about all the time, which has 0 events or organizations or groups or anything for lesbians. Which has, in my opinion, I guess is the way to say it, employed at least 3 trans-identified males who have either been convicted of child sex abuse or who have actively groomed the youth they work with into, grooming, Anyways, I'm very critical of the 519. They're giving the 519 money and P-flag money. I don't know which P-flag. Is it all P-flags? Is there a federal P-flag? I don't know. But, I mean, as we've seen, P-flag is no longer a grassroots, family-focused organization. It's a corporation. So, like, whatever. But yeah, I was like, great. They'd like do this just so they can put rainbow shit all over their front of their stores during Pride Month because it's like inviting or something. I didn't come up with the pimping of pride. It's a thing I've heard somewhere else. I don't know who came up with it. Yeah. Jay says, June always makes me feel like I'm being beaten like a dying cash cow. Totally fucking agree. It's so like, I don't know what the word is. Disrespectful, I guess. All of these huge corporations, like, oh my god, TD Bank, which is I think one of the like big 3 banks in Canada. They're also in the U.S. now. I don't think people in the U.S. understand that or know that TD Bank stands for Toronto Dominion. It was like a Toronto-based bank at one point. All of their locations are covered in like the ugly new flag that has like the trans and the brown and black. Like covered, like the whole like store outside. I've seen a couple of those in like downtown areas. Like, it's really bizarre. It's like this kind of plastic cling stuff that they stick onto the bricks. I don't know how they do it. And it's like, what are they actually doing for us? Nothing. And even if they are doing something for like the LGBT, if you look at who they're giving the money to, it's almost entirely like queer trans focused stuff. So it's like they're representing themselves as being pro me, and that's why they're making money. But at the end of the day, they're actually like anti me. If that makes sense. Like, that's just, fucking disrespectful and like upsetting. Yeah, grassroots is better, but they want stuff with like notability and notoriety. And I can't really think of any grassroots actual like lesbian or gay organizing in Canada. Like, there's LGBT Alliance Canada, but I don't know if they're doing much these days. And the Vancouver Lesbian Collective. And other than that, I can't think of a single LGBT group in Canada that's grassroots that is not trans focused. I don't know. A double at Tim's. Yeah, you know what's up. You've been to Canada. I was talking to somebody the other day, like, do you guys not have double or triple in your countries? Is that a Canadian only thing? I was talking to somebody from the UK, and I was like, yeah, like, if you wanted like just 2 cream, 2 sugar, or 3 cream, 2 sugar, you say double, triple. And the lesser used 4x4. Apparently it's Canadian. What do you mean you missed Tim Hortons? Is it no longer in your country wherever you live? No, you're an American. Do you not have Tim Hortons where you live anymore? Somebody says self-appointed leaders of the LGBT. Like, yo, this is literally what's happening. Males are appointing themselves leaders or feeling entitled to leadership. And then women, who are always like, you know, uncritically supporting men, are like putting them into positions of power. It's like a vicious cycle of like male entitlement and like female subordination that's enabled by both sides. It's like really fucking sad. And even in like the small handful of cases, like Egal Canada, which is kind of like the Stonewall or the Glad of Canada, is, I think right now their director is a lesbian. But just like how what's the name of that lesbian from Stonewall? Linda something, I think. Just how there was like a lesbian director or something of Stonewall. The handful of them that are in the positions of power can pay lip service or actually agree with all the like super trans focused stuff, which is like essentially homophobic. So like, I don't know. Amanda, I have never heard of this before. I'm gonna look for it, but I don't know what it is. And I've been looking for stuff, so I doubt if it is active. I doubt it's active. I'm on Spinster. I don't really use it very much though. Oh, Buffalo, yeah. Places closer to the Canadian border have more Tims. Although I think technically, when was it? A couple years ago, it was like big news in Canada that the US had more Tim Hortons than Canada did. But it's literally just because you guys are bigger. Like, our population is 1/10 of the size of yours. So even if we have like 2 Tim Hortons on like the main intersection of like all the medium or bigger cities, like we're still gonna have less than you guys. Buffalo's pretty chill. I don't know. Although it is kind of like the Detroit of New York. No offense, Detroit. Detroit's also chill, but I just mean like there's other places in New York that are perhaps more interesting than Buffalo, no offense. Oh yeah? Is Detroit generally more conservative? No. It's a big black workers' rights movement, Detroit, right? So it's probably more leftist. I've recently been finding with something that I knew from before. That like more conservative places have more like grassroots feminist movements. No Tim Hortons in Seattle. Don't you guys have like Timothy's or something? Don't you have other Seattle-based coffee places that are like legendary? Just drive to Vancouver. You'll find some Tims there. It doesn't mean to be get big in numbers. I mean, look at places like Toronto. Like the actual number of rad femmes there is probably pretty high, but it's more about like the willingness of people to work together and like get stuff done and like meet up. And I feel like when there's less saturation, there's more. I don't know if desperate is the term, but more urgency to like actually get stuff done and meet up. And I don't know. I think with just like really big cities, it seems like things don't quite get done as much as they could, at least in North America. I mean, London obviously is getting their shit done. They're pretty fucking huge. XX Rebellion has a good thing. Wait a sec. Sorry, I'm like eating. I'm so hungry, guys. Excess Rebellion says, I feel a weird mix of sympathy for women still enabling those males because I remember what it was like and how it happens, but also shame because I wish they weren't so easy to bully and hoodwink. I'm right there with you, Excess Rebellion. Like, yeah, there was a time when I felt nothing but anger at those women. And there was a time where I felt nothing but sympathy for those women. And now I'm in like this stage of my life where I'm kind of both at the same time. Oh, this is like a ridiculously huge burger. I don't know. I don't really eat Burger King, but this seems ridiculous to me. Harvey's is like probably the best fast food burgers, or A&W. The Harvey's burgers are pretty huge though. Jay says it's kind of weird. Canada's so big, but population-wise, it's not that many. Yeah, I mean, we have quotas for immigrants in Canada, like high quotas that we're supposed to meet. To like I think last year we brought in 300,000 immigrants, and that was like below our quota. This year we're supposed to bring in 400,000. I mean, economically, I think it makes sense, and that's why the government's doing it, I think. What was my point? Oh yeah, the population of Canada is like 32 million. So if we keep bringing in like 400,000 immigrants a year, in like 20 years we'll be twice the size. I don't know. But yeah, Canada's really, we're very spread out for the most part. And like most of our population lives in Ontario, Quebec, or BC. And the rest of the provinces are pretty like sparse. Like I mean compared to the US. Yeah. And I think I don't remember the exact statistic. I think that it's something like 90% of the Canadian population lives within a 2-hour drive of the US border. And I've lived in like 3 different cities in my lifetime, and that stands true for all of those cities. Been in less than a 2-hour drive from the US border. Like Highway 1 in Canada, which is like our biggest, longest highway that runs like across the border, like not like literally on the border, but like parallel to the border. Like most people live within an hour or two of there. Yeah. So tomorrow I work 6 to 2. And when I get home, I think I'm going to try and stream and finish this book. So I would say around 3 or 4 Eastern Standard Time, I think. I'm in the same time zone as New York City. I will be streaming. Bye, Rachel. Yo, literally make an anonymous Twitter or an anonymous spinster or an anonymous over it and be like, I'm in Tennessee. Are you around if I'm in Tennessee? Like, let's hang out. Like, that's at least the first step. If you can find 1 or 2 radfems, they might know 1 or 2 radfems, and that's all you need to get started. So I need to like leave home at like 5:15, and it's like 9:30 now. So I need to wrap this up and go to sleep. Also, it's like dark, so can you guys even see me? I have the brightness on my screen all the way up. That's how I'm being lit. That's really smart. Jessica says she's going to put up a flyer in her area with a QR code to an anonymous place online. Yeah. I have like 3 lesbian groups right now in 3 different cities. And I was thinking about printing on stickers and putting them up in like the gay neighborhoods or just the downtown areas, being like, this is the name of our lesbian group. Find us on social media or something. Anyone have any more questions or comments? Yeah. I've actually done a lot of my radical feminist connecting on Facebook, ironically enough. Because like I don't like Facebook. But Sophia, make an anonymous Facebook, like you know, Sarah Dyke Woman or something. And then find the rad femmes. I know quite a few rad femmes who have like their like normal Facebook and then like an anonymous rad femme Facebook. Anybody who's still here, please look up hashtag AB Women Speak on YouTube. I was at a rally in Calgary on Sunday, and I spoke about lesbian erasure and censorship and the erosion of our spaces and our freedom to express our individuality as homosexuals. I mean, I put it on my YouTube like tomorrow or something, but just like go give that video some views, you know, some likes. The rad femmes in Alberta are like really on top of their shit. Literally, I used to tell people to go on Reddit because there's like such a huge number. Make an anonymous over it, Spinster, Twitter, Tumblr, Instagram, and go on like all those places and say, this is my city or just my state. And like, is there any other rad femmes in this city or state? All you need is like a couple, and they'll know probably 1 or 2 each. And like, you just have to network through that. You need to just find a few in your area and you'll find more. I mean, for the most part, unless you live somewhere really remote, like the province I used to live in, I found 2 rad femmes in the whole province. And I was there for like 4 years. So, but I mean, generally. Bye, people. Good night, lesbian friends. I love it. Like, I will put it on my channel, but also people should go click on the Alberta, the Women's Human Rights Campaign, no, Women's Human Rights Coalition Alberta YouTube channel. Yeah, I think I'll stream and try to finish the book tomorrow. I really want to get this book done and get Sophistries done. I think next I'm going to do lesbian psychologies and just read one essay at a time. Well, there's other things you can do aside from social media. Like, you can put up stickers or flyers. Jesus Christ. stickers or flyers with like an anonymous email, or like, is it WhatsApp or Next Plus? There's some app that can make you like generate a fake phone number for you, then you use it for that app, and you can put up on flyers or stickers that phone number. It's a great thing to do, although I'm not sure how effective it is anymore, is to make little flyers saying like who you are and what your phone number is, or your email or something, like an anonymous one, and go put it into all the like second wave feminist books you can find at the library. Yeah, no problem. I don't know if you need a VPN so much as you need an anonymous email to use to verify your social media accounts. That's, I think, like a bigger issue, at least in my opinion. I don't know. When I'm done this, I'll hang up. No, but the VPN is so hackers can't find you, because a lot of like trans extremists are like hacker types, or even like hacker collectives are like ideologically in line with trans extremism. WHRC is great, guys. So I hooked up with the WHRC Alberta women. Now I'm back in Ontario. I need to like get my shit together at WHRC Ontario. Like we did like a free speech rally. We had like a professor who talked about being like censored or facing professional retribution for expressing her freedom of speech. We had a coach and a head of an athletics organization of some kind, who just wrote this book called Unsporting: How Trans Activism and Science Denial is Ruining Women's Sports. And she spoke about like kind of the history of feminism in Alberta and how like women need the right to be controversial and shouldn't be like they're being punished for asking questions. We had a francophone lady who spoke kind of like the French element that's often ignored in Canada. And then we had this other woman who was like the English coordinator for WHRC Canada and the president of Alberta Women's Advocacy Association, who spoke. Then we had a female reporter, Barbara Kay, who's also the co-author of that Unsporting book, who spoke. Well, she wasn't there, but another woman read her speech for her. And then we had Heather Mason, who, if you don't know who that is, she is like a Canadian woman who was like formerly incarcerated in federal prison. And she speaks about how like self-ID and having trans women in prisons is affecting the women there. So she had like a recorded speech that they played there. She is awesome, and she's in Ontario. So if we do anything like this in Ontario, I'm gonna be like, Heather, you have to come. But yeah, Heather Mason on Twitter and Facebook. Definitely fucking follow her. She is like amazing. Definitely worth following. Like super instrumental. And she's one of the very few Canadians who puts like their face and their name to everything. And is like endlessly vocal. She's really awesome. Everybody should like go follow Heather Mason. Oh, weird. Let me a sec. my god, this video is so hard to find. Yes, because it doesn't have enough views yet. Jesus Christ. To like type in the whole title of the video to find it. I'm still not finding it. Okay, well I typed it into Google and I found it. Just want to see what the name of the channel is. I thought this was like a WHRC Alberta. Yeah, WHRC Alberta is a channel. It only has 33 subscribers though. Well, yeah, people are talking about the direction things are going in legally in Canada, or like legally generally in Canada, with the introduction of Bill C-10. They want to rule social media the same way that broadcast media is controlled, and they're saying that it's not going to affect content creators, so like people who post on Twitter or whatever. But they're saying that companies like YouTube or, the social media giants, so I guess that's like, Twitter and Facebook, will need to govern its users according to the CRTC guidelines. And it's going to have this like, they've added this amendment for like a hate crime thing. So like if somebody reports a social media post that's like, hate crimey, that the social media site, if they're following the guidelines of C-10 in Canada, will need to remove that post within 24 hours. And then there'll be like a tribunal, kind of like how we have human rights tribunals, to decide whether that post like violates human rights or something, or is like hateful, is like a hate crime or something. I don't know, man. It's just like things could get real bad in Canada. Like we could be seeing a completely different version of like social media than the rest of the world, and we could be like censored way more, and this time not just by like corporations, but by the corporations backed by government. So that's fucking scary. Like save women's sports or something. Yeah, because technically, like in Canada, I think technically on a federal level, misgendering is illegal. So like if somebody wanted to, they could come after you for misgendering. And what is misgendering? Well, it hasn't been legally ironed out. So saying like male-bodied people shouldn't be able to compete in women's sports, that could maybe count as misgendering, because we haven't ironed out what is misgendering in Canada yet. Like, yeah. Oh, thanks, Anand. Yeah, that's the event I was at. So the whole thing has closed captioning. I highly suggest you use the closed captioning. And I think the transcripts of the whole thing are going to be put up on a website tomorrow. So when I make the YouTube video about it, I'm going to link to the transcripts of the speeches. Yeah, it's very scary. Highly concerning. Like the Canadian federal government has this is on this trend of passing laws that have like ridiculous overreaching power, and then just being like, oh, but we won't use it. We only want it for these specific parts of it. And it's like, then why are you passing all these laws that like theoretically you could use to do a lot of crazy shit? Yeah. And like it's not even about radical feminism, really. Or like obviously my priority personally is women's rights, but like if a law like this happens, then it's, I don't know, it just seems very Orwellian to me. Like there's a lot of things that I don't agree with that I think people should have the right to say, Someone says slippery slope, they haven't considered the potential outcomes. Totally agree, because we had, what's the word? Not obscenity. Maybe it was obscenity. I don't know. We had some kind of law against like basically stuff that was seen as like immoral in some way. I think maybe obscenity is the word in Canada. And that law had nothing to do with gay people, but it was used almost entirely on gay media to say that it was like obscene, even if it was like not sexual in any way. So that was like an instance of like the Canadian government passing a law which had nothing to do with gay people, but which highly affected gay people. So like if this type of law happens, then me saying like, oh, why does the 519 have no lesbian only groups? Because every group that they have that's for like queer women includes male bodied people. Like this kind of law could affect lesbians' freedom of expression in Canada, right? So like again, like a law that has nothing to do with gay people, but because they don't consider minority stakeholders, like gay people and their freedom of expression, it could have like a horrific, bad effect on us. Yeah, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's like everything. I'm not sure exactly how the single sex exemptions work in Canada anymore. Like, I know Vancouver Rape Relief has a right to only offer care and employment to females, but I'm not sure if that applies to every single person in Canada. I think it needs to be more litigated because there hasn't been many cases of people trying to, like in Canada, we have charter rights, kind of like your constitutional rights in the US. And like the charter right to like whatever gender identity stuff versus sex stuff is like directly in contradiction with each other, or in competition with each other rather. And it hasn't been litigated. We haven't had, a case of a woman from a university sports team taking her university to court for allowing a male into her league or something. Like we haven't had, or like we just haven't litigated this stuff. So technically there's protections for both, but I think that the reason Vancouver Rape Relief had the right to be female only is because they were saying that they were like, basically because they're like a rape crisis center. And I'm just not sure how it would work. I think any place that would do it, even if they legally were allowed, the fucking mosquitoes, the intimidation would be too much. Anyway. All right, guys. It's been 4.5 hours. I was not planning this. Didn't I have like other things to do before I sat down to do this? Whatever. I don't know. I was all like, oh, I'm just gonna read one chapter of my book and then I'll go do my other stuff. Did everybody get a fucking mosquito bite? Jesus fucking Christ. I fucking hate mosquitoes, guys. Look, attracted to me so hardcore. Oh yeah. TRA sometimes complain that they can tell even people who go along with their gender identity don't believe it. What's next? Facial expression is thought crime. I feel like I have no idea how you would like. It seems a bit hyperbolic, but Canada's fucking insane. I don't know how you could litigate that though. I'm always here to listen to them. Yeah. So anyway, I will do this. I think tomorrow around 3 or 4 Eastern Standard Time. Well, one of my roommates like left and came back, and I'm still streaming. LOL. Okay. Anyway, I have to let you guys go. I have to get ready for bed. I wanted to be like unconscious by 10, and it's like 5 to 10. So I'm gonna let you go. Okay. Have a nice night, everyone. See you tomorrow. Bye.